Officer Thompson, if you'll come up here, please. We're going to have you swear an oath. And then we'll have you come over there. Once you're situated, just make sure the mic's aimed at your chin and the light is on. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you say your name for the record, please?
Jordan Thompson.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm a parole and probation officer with the North Dakota Department of Corrections.
And were you working with for the Minot Police Department in June of 2007?
Yes.
What was your time frame for employment with the Minot Police Department?
1997 to 2009.
Okay. And were you a licensed peace officer in the state of North Dakota at that time?
Yes.
Are you still today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you run down your training and experience for us, please?
Went to Minot State University, got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I went through the police academy in Lake. Worked a couple years in...
My mic was not near my face.
11 years at the Minot PD and 16 years with the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
Can you pull it just a little closer, please?
Now, in June of 2007, what was your role with the Minot Police Department?
I was a sergeant in the detective division.
How are you today?
As part of that, were you involved in this case?
To a degree, yes.
What was your involvement in this case?
I went to the scene with Detective Goodman, and we were examining the window. When the crime scene was originally found, I was on vacation at that time, so I wasn't involved with all the initial investigating.
So your involvement was pretty much limited to just that one moment at the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if there was video taken of that moment at the window?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Does that disc have your initials on it?
Yes.
Have you previously watched that or reviewed that disc?
Yes.
At work, I know. I know.
Yes. Is it a true and accurate copy of that reenactment?
Yes.
The state moves to... What's the exhibit number? 14,
That's the shitty part with that.
14 is received without objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
With that whole work experience you had yesterday, that now is just a weird feeling. Like, now it's just, you go to work and you're just going to feel weird about it. I mean, you shouldn't, but I understand why, like, that's how it's gone for me in the past. I'm like, oh, this is what you're, this is what we're going to have to deal with for a while. Gotcha.
Like a home page with a tent on it?
Yes.
Just making sure you're seeing the same thing.
Am I missing?
Screen 2, please.
Download.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh. Where did... Wait.
Now, before we go any further with this video, who are the two people that you see right there?
Myself and Detective David Goodman.
And which is
Oh, no.
On the right, Detective Goodman's on the left in the plaid polo shirt.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Nelson, is there any sound on this?
There should be, Your Honor.
This is why we're live this early. Because we're getting into it. I'm sorry, though. That's fucking... That's so annoying.
Start it over.
Sure.
Please. Thank you, Colette.
And just to see if it comes through here, I'm just going to place the microphone next to it. Okay.
Okay, so... Okay. This is them cutting the... Demonstrating the cut. Okay. Post inventing. Okay. Okay, that works.
in there. So now try coming out and maybe drag this leg or whatever over, see if it can rip set.
Oh yeah.
The same style screen. I don't think that would rip.
Wait, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so he can't. He can't climb through. Now the other one. And it ripped when he climbed through more, and you can hear it ripping a little bit more.
So now try coming out and maybe drag this leg or whatever over, see if it can rip set.
Because I would imagine the person would have to get in and out of the.
I was trying to get through without touching things as much as I could. The screen was up.
Oh shit. Okay, so the whole climbing through the window might not actually be a good defense. Oh shit.
Yeah, but even him, that was not easy getting in or out. Yeah, I mean, it was still the window, but the frame was pushed out. Okay, so the frame was pushed out. So with that cut, though, I mean, I'm almost thinking that had to have been cut. It's perfectly straight. Yeah, because I mean, I heard it rip. It's I think that's very end. It's where more weapon in. Right. The same thing. You're coming out and your leg breaks here. Look at the pressure it's putting on the end of the screen. It's gonna rip there. It's not gonna rip here.
Wait, was this? Oh, I'll ask him.
See any stress on this part of the screen? In the pictures? It looks like in this spot of the picture there's a slight, possibly a slight tear that's not straight, but it's about right here where it's perfectly straight almost to the bottom.
Look at that right under that window. I wonder if that one stab was like maybe during the location.
Okay.
If you're a shorter person,
Different account.
my legs are long, so a shorter person's going to do more damage.
I'm really sorry to hear that, though, Nikki. That can be extremely disappointing, kind of heartbreaking almost too. So it might be, like I said, it might in the thing. It might be incentive for you to might be more incentive for you to find something different workplace. Sometimes that can be the change, and you might end up finding people you enjoy working with, that you see like as friends and things like that. You get drinks with and all that. Let's do this.
I try not to rip the screen like it. Very tough.
Okay, so yeah, they were not.
When talking about how the screen was when he saw it.
I believe so.
And just so we're all clear here, that's not the same screen that was taken into evidence, was it?
It's a different screen.
Okay. Where were you stepping when you went in and out of that room?
I believe I was at the base of the bed.
Okay. Now, watching the two of you go in and out, or the three of you, I should say,
Okay, so we're caught up now. I think.
as agile as I would say that you were, you
Yes.
were doing that completely sober. Is that accurate?
I know.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Out, or the three of you, I should say, as agile as I would say that you were doing that completely sober. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. The
I didn't
third
see-
person to go in and out, who was that individual?
Evelyn Jones,
And approximately how tall is she?
about 5'4".
And when you were watching yourself come out of there,
Have it right now.
did you kind of have to hop? What did you do?
Okay. I won't.
I was making every effort to see if I could get in and out of the window without disturbing it.
Right. Did not happen.
I caught on the bottom of the screen.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it seemed like he definitely got caught up
When
in
you came
that.
out of there, do you recall if you created footprints in the dirt?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank-
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is it Officer Thompson?
That works.
I know it's been a long time with everybody. Everybody's got different titles now.
Okay.
So it's true you
Make
said
sure
you
I
were on
posted in
vacation
Discord.
when the original call came out on
Live.
right?
I did. Okay.
So you didn't respond to the scene.
Correct.
Okay. When did you make this video?
I believe it was approximately week and a half after the crime scene was found.
And it's true you don't have any background in scene recreation or forensics. Did you take training for that?
I've been to some schools, crime scene investigation with different things.
Anything specific to crime scene recreation?
Not that I recall.
Now, at 7:30, isn't it true that you said anyone that wasn't tall?
Okay. We'll just do this for now.
Yes.
I just want to read it. It's true you weren't at the scene when the original investigation was done in the days following, the day it happened, and the next day when the scene was being processed.
Correct. I was not there.
Okay. Now, obviously, you weren't here for other testimony earlier, but so you never saw the screen in the window.
The original?
Yeah.
Correct. I did not see that.
No, because it was by the sidewalk. No,
Separate screen, right?
that is a replicate.
Where did you guys get that screen?
I believe the management had replaced it, and then Detective Goodman got permission to
Cut the new one.
cut it for what we did with the video.
How many times did you and Detective Goodman, and let me ask you this first, I apologize. Who is the woman in the video?
Evelyn Jones, she was a secretary in our office.
How many times between the three of you did you go in and out of that window with that screen cut there?
I believe Detective Goodman went in and out twice. I went in and out once, and Evelyn Jones went in and out once.
Okay. So a number of times.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have direct?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one question.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Thompson, approximately how tall are you?
6'4".
And Goodman was roughly the same height as you?
Whoa, that's two questions. Whoa.
About 6'5".
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
I just want to reiterate, you said anyone that wasn't tall would rip that at 7:30, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Mr. Nelson,
interesting.
The officer hereby
What does that
He
mean?
is, Your Honor. He can be released.
Mr. Sand, do you also have him hereby subpoena?
I don't, Your
I
Honor.
heard it's just doing stuff. That's fine. Get your stuff out of the way. You know.
Do you have another witness today, Mr. Nelson?
This is a spicy.
One moment here to.
We just. So I'll give you a quick rundown. Real quick. So, they showed the video from when the detectives went back, as original, 10 plus years ago, when they went back to the scene to check if the screen window could have been climbed through, and the detective specifically said if someone wasn't as tall, they might be able to get in there without ripping. But one detective could not climb through because the hole wasn't big enough, and the other one was too tall. So
Once you're situated, just make sure the
it might be a little bit of both.
light is on, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Barnard,
And spell your last name?
Barnard.
And are you retired now?
I am.
Okay. Before you retired, what was your career?
Just before, I was Ward County Sheriff.
Okay. So your career was in law enforcement.
That's correct.
Give us a rundown of your experience in law enforcement.
I have to go back a long ways. I started in the military. I went to
Supposed to be warmer today, hopefully.
in 1976 and 1979. I started at the Minot Police Department. I was on patrol for about 6 years.
All right.
Narcotics, as a dog handler for about 4. I spent the rest of my 31 years in criminal investigations as a detective. I was done there in November of 2010, January 1 of 2011.
Oh, that Maruski.
Sheriff's Department.
Or harmed anybody?
Last about 2 years of the 8 years there, I was acting sheriff, and then after that I retired. So in 2019, I retired.
Okay. In June of 2007, you were with the Minot Police Department?
I was
And just so we're all clear, what was your role at the time with the Minot Police Department?
detective investigator.
Okay. Just for clarity's sake, we'll be referring to you as Detective Barnard in this. I know that your last position was sheriff, but we'll call you detective. Is that all right with you?
Sure.
God, I wish they weren't so fucking quiet. Yeah.
Were you
City of Minot.
Dude, the fucking
working as an investigator in the evening, and I heard a call come over the radio of an unattended death. Ambulance and fire had responded along with some patrolmen, and I don't remember how far away I was from the call.
Cheers to anybody
I was
that's
a ways away, but I knew that they would need an investigator there because we sent an investigator to every unattended death call. So I started to head that way.
what happened next?
I arrived on the scene, and I remember seeing a couple of patrolmen there. Chuck LeBoy was the one that I remember talking to primarily. I think Shane Haug was there, and another patrolman who was in training.
Oh, I found my glue sticks too.
And he apprised me of the fact that ambulance and rescue had been there and left, and that in the apartment they found a young female who was deceased in a bed, and they felt that it was suspicious.
And what happened next?
He told me that there was a group of people over to, we were standing in a grass area between buildings. I'm trying to visualize this. To my left, and it was described to me that it was the victim's father, Gordon Knudsen, and some friends of his that he'd come from Butte with to check on his daughter, who was deceased. And I think Marty Annell was standing there, who was described to me as a maintenance man who'd found some property from the apartment outside or something.
And what happened next?
I learned that, I think Chuck LeBoy told me, that this deceased individual had a roommate, the defendant, and that they lived together in that apartment. And I believe from dispatch records, we found her name, or someone knew her name. I believe maybe Gordon had told the patrol officer what her name was.
Would that be Nicole Rice?
That's
or
correct.
Nicole Thomas at the time?
Nicole Thomas is how I knew her at the time.
Okay,
Yes,
please
Nicole
continue.
Thomas. And that she worked just a few
Wait, did
blocks
she get
away from
married?
her understanding. And I
In the
said,
process?
get a hold of her and get her over here as quick as we can so that we can start the process of finding out what's going on here. I remember that the patrolman took me over to an area, an opening in the sort of an enclave in the building where you could look inside the window. And I stayed back from the window a little bit because I was thinking about footprints in the dirt or whatever might be there. I didn't want to disturb anything. And he said the deceased is there, and I remember I couldn't see her. I didn't realize what I was looking at was the victim. And I said, where, Chuck? And he said, right there. And I said, where? And then I moved to the left, and I remember that
Oh my
I
God.
could see her hair and could see that there was
That sounds
like a
even
bundle of
worse.
clothing and stuff at the end of the bed, but I could see that the victim was there.
So that's
Oh, I guess she's on her bed.
Other officers found the victim, Anita Knudsen.
That's correct.
She found under the bed?
Just gonna back up a moment. You said that it was you wanted to bring the defendant to the scene. Why is that?
Because other than her father, who appeared to be very upset, she was going to be my source of information. I was anxious to see her and talk to her and say, what's going on here? Who's been here? What's going on? I assumed that she'd have more knowledge than anybody.
Because she was the roommate?
Because she was a roommate, yes.
Okay.
And I believe by then I knew that they had been friends or were friends,
Okay.
the victim and the defendant.
Right.
So who reached out to try to get Nicole to the scene?
I told dispatch to call the place. I think it was called eTelecare. It was a call center. And I said, get a hold of the supervisor. Tell him to tell her there's been an emergency at her apartment and the police need her there right away, and ask them to release her from work.
Did she come immediately?
No, a little bit of time went by, and I thought, and dispatch didn't call me back. And I thought, what's going on here? So I called dispatch. I believe this was on the radio. Said, were you able to deliver the message? And they said, yes. They said that they would give her the message. A little more time went by, and I will admit that I was anxious to talk to her, but I think 10, 15 minutes went by again. And I thought, why isn't this, I thought of her as a girl. I thought, why isn't this girl here? What's going on? So I asked dispatch for the number, and I used my cell phone, and I called the business place. I asked for a supervisor, and I said, this is Detective Barnett from the Minot Police Department. We called about releasing someone. We need her. And he, I believe it was a male, interrupted me and said, we gave her the message.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I was of the understanding that she'd been released and had left.
Approximately how far
Interesting.
from
That was like a bad phrasing by the
defendant's employment?
witness.
As a crow
Who's
flies, I
detective?
think about 3 blocks. As you drive, I think about 6.
So 6 blocks. That take just a minute or two to drive?
A few minutes, yeah.
Okay. Did the defendant come to the scene after the second phone call?
She did.
Okay. And what happened then?
I knew what kind of car she was going to be driving. I believe dispatch told me, I think it was a red Pontiac Grand Prix or Grand Am. And I saw her pull up, and I saw a younger girl get out, and I assumed that that was the defendant, Nicole Thomas. And I was standing there, and she must have obviously known who I was. I had a badge and a gun on. She walked over to me, and I said, are you Nicole? And she said, yes. Best of my recollection, my exact words were, I'm sorry to tell you that your roommate's deceased, and she's been killed. I used the word she's been killed.
How did the defendant react to that?
She didn't. She was flat. Just no
Oh.
real reaction at all. I
That's
didn't know what to expect. I
telling. My opinion, that's telling.
times throughout my career, you get different reactions from different people, but she just was kind of flat.
Was that reaction unusual compared to the other times that you relayed the death of someone?
It was unusual, and I remember thinking,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
Right.
Why doesn't she seem concerned about this?
Right. You're
Did the defendant ask any of the kind of the what I would call the newspaper reporter questions, the who, the what, the where?
so like when you think about it, and any female, you find out that like a police officer tells you that your roommate was murdered in your guys' apartment. The last kind of response that you would have is flat or cold.
The why, the how.
No, she didn't ask me anything about that, and that I found that very odd as well.
Why did you find that odd?
You know, my experience, if the cops call you up and say, I need to talk to you, for instance, the first question out of somebody's mouth is, why? What do you want to talk to me about? What's this about? What's going on? And the same thing if you notify somebody. I've, excuse me, walked up to doors in the middle of the night and told parents that their son was killed in a car accident. And they say, oh my God, where? Who was he with?
Yes, there's like a million questions that run through.
They always have questions. She
Through the
had
head.
questions about
Yeah, that's so weird. That's super
Is that
sus.
the only time in your career that that was the reaction you got?
That's the only time I recall, yeah.
Okay.
A reaction like that.
What happened next?
I'm just
I think I took her at some point to a crime van that was there. I mean, other investigators were arriving, Strandberg, Sunbakken, maybe Murphy, I don't recall.
Murphy.
Somebody brought a crime van that we had, which had
Of course, Murphy's there.
sit in there and interview people or talk to them.
What I'm saying,
Took her
ignore
into
me.
that, and I talked to her for a little bit. I think I got a short statement from her. And then I asked her to meet me at the police department so we could talk more, and she agreed to do that. And I think at the same time, I asked the patrolman to talk to the victim's father and anybody that was there, and asked them if they could come down so we could start the interview process.
So you interviewed her in the police van at the scene, and then a second interview at the police department.
As I recall, yeah.
Okay. Were those interviews transcribed?
I believe they were, yes. Yeah, they were recorded.
That's so annoying. I hate that.
Mr. Post, the witness round?
Such a bad choice by my part. I don't think they combined if I upgrade. Interesting. We'll just have to figure that out. I can still get B1 and 2. B2. Let's do this.
Now, Detective, I've handed you 2 documents. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
Are these
I'm one of those girls now.
interviews that took place between you and
Yes, they are. One's in
I got 2 ganjas.
van and the other one at the Minot Police Department.
and were those both done on the 4th?
More full board.
They were. One at 18-11 hours and one at 22-27 hours.
Have you previously reviewed these transcripts?
I did very briefly. I wasn't provided a copy of them.
If you could take a look at those and tell us if they are true and accurate copies of those transcripts.
Okay, so need to shield.
I believe it's 16 and 17, rather.
I lose this though. Think. Don't have any heals. They're slowly poisoning. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I do win this. But you just have to outlive the poison. Long enough. Yep. Fuck yeah.
Please keep in
Ooh.
mind it's been 17 years, but these appear to me to be accurate, correct?
So those are true and accurate
As I
copies.
recall them, yes.
State moves to enter.
You know what? Let's do this. Let's see what happens.
We're going to object to their admission, Your Honor. Detective Barnard's here, and the best evidence is his
Nice.
testimony. He said he's reviewed these and the conversations he's had, so we're going to ask that they not be allowed into evidence.
Exhibit 16 and 17 will be received over your objections.
Oh,
What happened next in the investigation?
Myself and investigators put on gloves and made entry to the apartment and viewed the deceased body and the general appearance of the apartment. I recall that at some point in time, I think from the crime van, we retrieved a large white paper roll that we kept. That was placed on the floor by the bed, and we removed the body. I think myself and Strandberg actually removed the body and placed it on that paper before it was placed into a black body bag. And at that time, I could see injuries to the victim that appeared to me to be stab wounds. And then later the knife was discovered in the bedding.
Now, you said a moment ago appeared to be stab wounds.
Okay.
Was that consistent with other
No, my career's over.
Was it clear that that
I'm
was
done
what
for now.
the cause of death was to you?
Well, I'm not a medical examiner, but it was my assumption. Yes, it was a reasonable assumption that these
Okay.
upper body knife wounds were the cause of her death.
What happened next in the investigation?
I had 2 silver
I think I left the
gajos.
scene, and the rest of the investigators continued to process the scene and collect evidence, take pictures, do all that stuff. And I went to the police
I want
department
crow's nest beat,
and,
please.
started interviewing.
And you interviewed the defendant at the police department?
That's correct.
Did you interview other individuals at the police department?
I've interviewed a lot of people at the police department. I don't know who else I did on that specific date.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened in the investigation?
Because it would have increased by 30.
Well, I'm trying to think
Would
of
have been
chronological
huge.
order.
But I
Of
don't know
course, we
why
all
the
met
fucking
and
marbles.
talked about what was going on. And
Slow, the
I shared with
goddamn
other investigators the
powder horn.
what I felt was odd reaction from Nicole, the defendant, about this event.
Just do this.
And they talked about retrieving other evidence. I believe a curtain rod, window screen from the maintenance man. We talked about the scene and taking footprints or trying to get prints by the window. We talked about the fact that the door was locked when the father got there, who would have keys to the door. And then we made it, I believe the next day, we asked the defendant, Nicole, to come with us and go through the apartment and look for anything that was out of place, things missing, furniture knocked over, whatever would be out of place, because we assumed that she'd be familiar with the contents of the apartment. And as we talked, I said, watch her, guys, I think is what I said. Let's see what her reaction is when she gets in the apartment. I'm curious to see how she's going to react to this.
And how did she react?
She was cooperative. She went in with us, and she looked around, couldn't find anything. I kept watching her to see if she was going to look in the room. The room was right there, and the door was open. The bed was right there. Of course, everything had been removed from the bed, the bedding and the body and everything, of course, was gone. She never looked.
Good Julie, Bill.
I felt as though she wasn't avoiding it, but she never looked, never asked a question about
That's
it.
so, yeah,
She did
that's so
walk in on the
weird.
fact that I think there was like an end table or a bed table. She had some kind of electronic device, Nano or something. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, my iPod Nano's on.
She said they took my Nano or whatever it was.
Would that have been an iPod Nano?
It could have been an iPad.
Odd Nano.
Okay. I assumed it was some type of device with music on it, and I probably knew the name at the time, but I don't know. And she just kind of fixated on that. She was all of a sudden she was animated. And she was animated about
My iPod, I know. It's gone.
This is what you're concerned
Yeah,
about.
right? That's so
Said
weird.
they stole it. Other than that, she was cooperative and said that everything in the apartment appeared to be just as it was when she last saw it.
So the possibility of losing an iPod got her excited, but not the death of her roommate.
Well, that's the way it appeared to me.
Okay. Now, on the
Excuse me.
4th of June, so we're going to go back a day, was there a video taken of the apartment?
Yes.
And were you part in that video?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that video?
No. Well, I have seen it, but not recently.
Okay. Did you just watch this video 2 nights ago?
I saw a portion of it, yes.
Okay. And was that the video that you saw 2 nights ago, the video that was taken that day?
Yes. I
And you're
didn't see it from beginning to end, but
Okay.
I saw the majority of it, yes.
And you're in that video?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so he looked over the material. Okay. That's good. That's what we need. Because, God, it was so bad yesterday.
Now, Detective Bernard, I've handed you a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
It does. It's Exhibit 15, and it has my initials on it.
Is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate copy of the video that was taken that day?
Appears to be, to me, yes.
Okay. The state moves to introduce Exhibit 15 to end evidence.
Mr. Sand,
No objection, Your Honor.
claims Exhibit 15 is received without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, now let's see what.
Microphone as close as you can.
Yep, that was my game plan, Your Honor. As soon as I... That's about as close as I can get it.
God. That's so 2000s coded. Holy. Talk about a whiplash. And like a weird nostalgia feeling.
I'm just going to pause the video right there. Detective Barnard, what are we looking at right there?
You're looking at what I would describe as like a Tupperware container with some water in it in the bathroom sink.
Okay, and that was it was a two bedroom, one bathroom apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is the only bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. A little weird. What would be the point of that or the relevance of that? Oh, someone in the chat for Blonde Crime goes, for anyone wondering, she brought up the iPod at Anita's funeral of all places. I know, like I'm just trying to figure out because this is the state. This is the state bringing these things up. I don't know why he was asking about the Tupperware, other than the bathroom, it being one bathroom. I don't really know. You know. Yes, I think that's what.
Pause. Is this Anita's room?
That's correct.
And is that Anita that we see on the bed?
Yes.
So, because this is Anita's room, can we assume the other room was the defendant's bedroom?
We can assume that.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's wild. Okay. Notice the camera moved instantly. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's an interesting way to start the morning. Oh. That's crazy. Okay. I mean, we're stuck not seeing any of the rest of it. That's for sure.
Now, as we're watching this video, this is before any evidence was collected, anything was disturbed by law enforcement. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. So nothing had been moved at this point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Someone's in like chat like, oh, I didn't see her until someone till they brought it up, and I'm like, oh no, as soon as they panned into that room, I was like,
It is the window.
I really hope that's not Anita's room. And then he asked if that's Anita's room, and I was like, oh, I already know what the next question is. Oh, that's rough. I apologize to anybody that fucked with them. I'm sorry. That's not for me to apologize, but like I don't know if everybody else can handle that like me.
Sorry for kind of jumping backwards there. We were talking about the 5th at this point. I went backwards. What happened next in the investigation?
We continued to interview people and talk to a lot of different people. By this time, obviously,
Not sure how I feel about that though. I'll be real. It's a little weird, but
we started
it is what it
collecting
is.
tips and leads in the process of taking all the evidence that had been returned or been reclaimed to the state laboratory and collecting DNA evidence from people, etc.
Now, you mentioned the media. Was there a fair amount of media interest in this case?
Local media, yeah.
Is it fair to say that there's a fair amount of interest from local media anytime there's a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. When the media was reaching out regarding the death of Anita Knudsen, were the full details of the case given to the media?
No, never.
Why is that?
Because you always want to hold back. You don't want to, how do I say, spoil the crowd. I don't want to, if you're someone that I want to talk to that could have information about it, I don't want
Do you only do it? Yeah.
before you come talk to me. I want your personal knowledge uncorrupted, so to speak, by the media.
Yep.
So you always keep details back that only you would know if you were there, for instance, had you been there.
So, for example, if we were talking about a hit and run and it was a blue sedan, you might not say that it was the color of the vehicle.
Well, in the case of a hit and run, you would, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would keep that information back.
I acknowledge that was a terrible example.
Yeah, that was not a good one, but I get what he's
Continue
saying.
What happened with the investigation?
We continued to do that. Nicole, the defendant, was asked to come back several times, I think, to be interviewed, contact with her. I continued to talk to more and more
More
people,
items.
follow up on tips and leads. Karen Lear is Anita Knudsen's aunt. She'd contacted me. I kept in touch with the family. We talked a lot. And as you can imagine, this was a huge deal. We talked about it every day in the office for years.
As part of the investigation, did you speak with Kevin Thomas?
I did.
And who was Kevin Thomas?
He would be Nicole Thomas's father.
And what was the purpose of talking to Kevin Thomas?
To see what he knew about the situation and to try to nail down when Nicole was at the apartment and when she wasn't.
And did Kevin Thomas provide you with a statement?
He did.
Okay. What was that statement about?
He gave it to me at the police department. As I recall, he came down, he brought his daughter because we were talking to her, the defendant, Nicole, at the same time. Somebody else talked to her, I didn't at that time. And I think I asked him about the situation in general and dates and times when he thought his daughter was at the apartment and when he thought she wasn't there.
Okay.
God, this
And what was the impression that you got?
trial has been Circus.
I don't know the man. I think he was trying to be as honest with me as he could, but still protective of his daughter, obviously.
Did you learn anything about his position regarding whether or not he would have known if Nicole had left the farm?
Well, it struck me that he said that she was at home.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The question was about learning, Your Honor, and yesterday it was established pretty well that if a person learns something, that's not hearsay.
That's not the way you asked the question. That's not the way you started to answer it. So you can rephrase your question, but the objection is sustained.
Okay. All right.
Did you learn anything regarding Anita's excuse me, if Mr. Thomas, and this is Kevin Thomas I'm talking about, would have known about the defendant leaving the farm?
Yes.
And that was learned.
Yeah, that's better answer.
Kevin Thomas?
Better way to ask it.
Was Mr. Thomas adamant when he...
Objection, he's testifying, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, it's literally like it's a circus on a couple of fronts, if I'm gonna be honest, and that's why, or it's been wild in a couple of different areas, from different people. That's why I call it a circus, is because we just had a slip up on Law and Crime Network's cameraman showing the monitor while they were going over crime scene footage.
Lab and talk about fingerprints and DNA hair. And
we had the comments between both of the attorneys yesterday,
You left...
and the judge was getting annoyed with shit.
December of 2010.
November of 20.
And we had, when we listened to like a woman be like asked about her husband who like offed himself.
June of 07 and November of 2010, were you the primary detective?
So was it the judge's Amini? I disagree.
I worked on it, but I was the first one on
I think he's like perfect for this.
Okay. And during that time, were you able to figure out who potential suspects might be?
Yes.
Okay. And who were some of those potential suspects?
Well, I don't know that I call them suspects. We had people of interest.
People of interest. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, people of interest. Devin Hall was a person of interest. It's not unusual in a case like this, especially one that goes on and on, that everybody kind of comes out of the woodwork. People call, they want to help, they want to insert themselves into the case. Some people do. So we had several people like that. There was a custodian from the college that came forward and said that Anita had told him in passing that she loved him. Obviously, he needed to be investigated. People like that, things like that.
Now, all these people that were looked at, did any of them rise to the level of being not just a person of interest, but a suspect?
No.
Why is that?
It just didn't pan out. For instance, the gentleman I talked about from the university, he didn't know where she lived. He couldn't even really describe her to me. He just told me this, and then we later learned that he had a little bit of a learning disability. I interviewed his ex-wife, who said he was never violent, and she wasn't surprised that he was trying to draw some attention to himself. I talked to his boss, who said the same thing. Yeah, he's a custodian here, and he,
Interesting.
I can see where he'd...
That's not the one we needed.
Him. And then he just never rose to the level of being anyone of any greater suspicion.
Was Nicole Rice or Nicole Thomas at the time ever ruled out as a suspect?
Can you imagine how long
Because she
time
was
trial?
always- We always had doubts. I was always surprised by her
if-
reaction.
Yeah, this trial would take forever.
During statements, they'd
be making it. It would be a cat fight between the two boys, between the two male attorneys. They'd just be bickering back and forth at each other on the hearsay stuff and objections. Every time, I'm telling you.
Now, we talked a moment ago about the holdbacks from the media, that we don't tell everything, and you corrected me about a hit and run potentially. Was that also done with potential suspects?
Yeah, I don't remember releasing anything about any potential suspects. The only, if you want me to describe it, there's only one incident in the case that I remember where we put something like that out.
Now, the question I'm asking or trying to ask here is, was any of that, the specific sort of details of the case, ever given to the defendant, Nicole Thomas Rice?
No.
Okay, so she would never
About
know
piggy bank and stuff.
the specific details of the murder?
No. Not from me. Not from the investigators.
Now, looking back to that.
Sorry, I'm
video
playing Bizarre in the
you saw,
background.
In the bathroom sink, you described it as a Tupperware full of water. Is that accurate?
That's
Okay.
Okay. What happened with that Tupperware full of water?
I believe it was the water was collected by one of the investigators and kept for testing.
Okay. So and that would have been done.
Yeah. Okay.
Being processed.
Yeah.
when-
So tell us why
Paper and all that.
this matters to us.
So when Nicole was brought to the apartment, that Tupperware full of water would not have been.
It was gone.
Okay. Now, were you on scene when Anita's body was removed from the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. How was that body removed?
The ambulance responded. I mean, the ambulance was there initially, obviously, but then typically we'd call them back later after we were done with the crime scene to transport the body to the morgue.
Obsidian.
And the body was
Strip.
placed into a black typical body bag and put onto a gurney and taken out to an ambulance.
Should, but
Now,
Sealed. The bag would have been sealed.
so zipped up, like
Zipped
we
up.
see in the movies.
Yeah.
oh, that's huge for us.
Now, in your career in law enforcement, I would imagine you've seen these
Double
bags on
value.
multiple occasions.
Yes.
Okay. Are they see-through?
No, they're black. Heavy black plastic.
Heavy black plastic, so you can't see what's inside.
I've never seen one that you could see inside of. No.
When the body was removed, would it have been zipped up?
Oh yes, absolutely. Zipped and sealed in the room before we removed it.
So would have there been any opportunity
Yeah.
for
Well, I had to clarify all this shit.
the body of Anita other than just...
That's the thing, unfortunately.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Because they put her on like butcher paper essentially,
Thank you.
and then
Detective.
they took her out. Area.
So it's true that you weren't working for the police department when these charges were brought, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go over a couple of things regarding your testimony. You had referred to curtain rods and property outside the apartment. That was the curtain rods and the curtains and curtain rod that had been strewn outside the window and then thrown back in, correct?
I am of the understanding that the curtain rod and curtain were outside of the window, and when the maintenance man found that, I was present when he told me or one of the officers that he threw that back in the room.
Okay. And that's Marty.
I didn't see it outside
No,
of
no.
the room, but I was of the understanding it had been outside.
And the maintenance man was Marty Annell, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, he's got that like clipped right there. I guess I don't know how I feel about a see-through body bag.
Now,
It feels
when
a
Dave was
little
talking
weird.
to you guys were referring to
I'll
some
be
evidence.
honest.
Did you guys meet 2 nights ago?
We did.
Okay, to just go over everything?
Not everything, no.
What'd you go over?
Exhibits that were to be entered.
Okay. So you had some time to kind of catch up on what was going to be presented.
That's crazy. Clear body bag.
Okay. Do you recall doing press releases from the Minot Police Department in 2007 and 2008?
I recall, I don't remember what was on them, but I remember releasing information, sure.
Okay. I mean, like it was discussed quite a bit that
Isn't it true that you did a press release in August of 2007?
okay, maybe no, we're not that far ahead yet. Sorry, the case went cold, and then true crime
I'll call it a
show helped.
Organized Crime Information Center. And your conclusion in that press release is that the murder weapon was recovered at the scene. And isn't it true that you were looking for a Native American male in his early 20s, approximately 6 feet tall?
Well, that wasn't a press release, I don't believe.
What was that?
Well, MOCIC, Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center, is a conglomeration of information packet for law enforcement agencies. So you would share the information of a crime that you had with them, in hopes that they would disseminate it to agents, law enforcement agencies that might have similar information and be able to contact you and say, hey, we had the same thing happen in our town or something.
But you didn't send them something looking for a 5'5" blonde girl. You sent them something looking for a 6-foot Native American man. Is there
Right.
Is that correct? That's somebody we were trying to locate at that time. You're correct.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The murder weapon was recovered at the scene.
Right.
Okay. On October 7th, did you do a news release?
I'd have to see it. I don't remember.
I'll let you take a look. Thank you, Detective.
Yep, this appears to be from me, and it is dated October 7th, 2008.
Could you take a look at the contents?
Come on. Didn't we have this problem literally?
Mm-hmm.
In the press release, it's true that you're looking for a 200-pound male, 6'3" to 6'4".
Someone who was described to us like that, yes.
Okay. Running from the area of the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. How tall do you think Nicole is?
I don't know. 5'6"? I don't know.
Female?
Female, obviously.
Not 6'3", 6'4"?
No.
Not obviously Native American?
No.
Okay. In fact, in this news release, it's true that you had a local artist do a rendering.
Yeah, I called the university art department because we didn't have an artist available, and they sent me an art student.
Okay. Did that rendering look like Nicole Rice?
No, not at all.
Or did it look like a Native American, 6'3", 200-pound man?
It looked like a 200-pound man. I don't know if he looked Native American to me, but he looked like a 200-pound man.
I've read through a lot of evidence in this case, reports, things created by law enforcement. I've gone through all of it. My whole office has, because this case is important to us.
I would hope
Is there
so.
a question here, Your Honor?
I'm just about to hit it.
Mr. Nelson, it's his cross-examination.
Yeah, right.
Isn't it true that you concluded
Bill
easy
Dog.
access could be made through the bedroom by cutting the screen and going in?
I wouldn't say easy access.
You wouldn't?
No.
If I showed you a report, might that help you a little bit?
I'll review it.
Thank you, sir. I'll show you right where it is. Start on the word easy there.
That is what it says.
And I'm just asking to refresh your recollection, but I appreciate it.
Sure.
And I know it's been a long time, but if you could think as hard as you could, I'd really appreciate it because it's important, sir. Now, did you also conclude, it's true you concluded, that you speculated someone next to that window had caught the curtain?
This is yeah. He was like, he's
was
just being
my
real
usual
sassy and
self.
impatient. It's like, chill out, dude. He's getting there.
On their way out of the window.
He was just like kind of
Seemed to be
adding.
the most reasonable
half a
conclusion
sentence.
an average person could reach, knowing what I knew at the time, that if they exited through the window, it was inside out.
And I'm just confused because you're telling me that Devin Hall was never a suspect in the case, but you're doing press releases, you're sending letters to or crime agencies looking for this kind of person. Isn't that true?
That's correct. Two different individuals.
Now, isn't it true that during the course of your investigation you discovered that there was a Native American male, late teens, early 20s, 200 pounds, 6'2", running in a white t-shirt and shorts?
Did we discovered that person? No,
No, did you conclude, did you discover that in your investigation?
a woman came to us.
What was that woman's name?
I don't recall. She was with her child. She told us, and I have not read the report, so I'm best of my recollection. She was entering an apartment building to the north of the crime scene and saw a man, the description that you gave, about 200 pounds, could have been Native American male, running in a northerly direction.
Crazy she guessed around
Felt that was
200 pounds,
concerning
but
because he seemed to be running very hard. So we had the drawing done from her description. We made the decision to disseminate that to the public in hopes that we would get a tip or a lead. And a gentleman came forward and said, I think I'm that guy because I was running.
I'm that guy.
Time.
Trust me, you're not that guy, they said. And he says, no, I am that guy. But you're not
He, in
that
my
guy.
opinion-
We got the
I'm
girl.
gonna stop
You're
you.
not the guy.
So you continued to send these out because we're talking about a press release that I just showed you from 2008, October 7th of 2008. How long after the murder was that?
I'm sorry.
October 7th, 2008, the news release we went.
Well, from June of 2007 to
So over a year.
October 8, yeah.
And you're still sending press releases out looking for this Native American.
Yeah, that I don't know when that information came to us. It seemed like it was later, but I don't recall.
Over a year and a half later,
I don't know.
a guy came in and said, "That's me."
Yeah, I guess.
No, I don't recall.
Keep
when
in
the woman
mind
came forward and
the
gave us the
area
information.
that this is like taking place in time. 2007.
Do you recall in the course of your investigation that you found out that there was dirt or possibly blood on that person's clothes?
You could tell that he was a male, around 200
He
pounds,
described a
running
stain
very
on the-
fast, but could, but wasn't sure if he was like white. To be fair, there is like there are reservations out there, especially by mine. Not.
You'll know when you're there.
Yeah,
That's her description. Yep. I can read it if you wish.
exactly.
It's okay. So that's correct.
We just have to keep that in mind, is all.
He described it as a stain on his T-shirt, possibly blood or dirt.
Thank you.
So it would have been like old blood. Purple.
You know what Devon Hall is?
Yes.
In fact, he's referenced quite a bit in your report, isn't he?
That's correct.
On Crime Network's putting up the stand.
How did you end up in
Retired sheriff.
John Klug from the police department called me and said, Bob, you should know the last night patrol dealt with a Native American kid on Sioux Street. He had entered an apartment and was, I think, hiding in a closet in near a girl's room or in a girl's room, and was
Okay.
chased by the father and maybe a neighbor and eventually captured.
And it's true he had a knife on him, right?
He had apparently taken a knife from the kitchen, had it in his pocket, back pocket, I believe.
He had a knife on him, right?
Right. That he'd taken from the apartment.
Sure. How long after Anita's murder was this?
I don't recall.
A couple of days.
Was it a couple? Yes, I believe it was. Just a couple days.
Did you discuss what happened with him?
Yes.
Did you interview him?
Yes.
Now, it's true you met with the FBI on this case as well, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
It's true that you met with the FBI in this case, isn't it?
We talked with him, yes. Well, there was an FBI agent that helped us, yes.
You, Strandberg, and Dale Meixner? And it's true that in your conversations, the conclusions that you guys met was that this was Devin Hall that did this.
No.
That's what the FBI concluded in the conversation.
It was the FBI's opinion, yes.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Right.
Devin Hall did it. Not a suspect, though, right?
No, they said that he was a suspect. I don't know that they said he was responsible
You
for
said
the
he
crime.
wasn't a suspect.
Right.
Okay, interesting.
Do you know where Devin Hall's from?
He was from Montana. Was it, I don't know where he's from originally.
I think Fort Peck Reservation.
Yeah, I think it was Poplar.
Okay, so you got it.
Now, when the state was asking you questions, you talked about a variety of suspects that you kind of put in the same category, isn't that right?
People of interest, yeah.
One was a custodian with a learning disability, as you described it.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
He told us that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you said that guy's name along with Devin Hall. You said custodian, Devin Hall, correct?
I'm glad that they're not naming the custodian guy.
Did you have as much evidence regarding this custodian as you did it with Devin Hall?
No.
FBI telling you he did it?
Well, the FBI didn't.
Okay.
The FBI didn't tell us he did it. But you're correct. No, we did not have as much evidence as we did with.
Because I'm just concerned that they're getting lumped into the same category. Is that a fair concern of mine?
Sure. If I were the defense attorney, I would be concerned about
I
that.
appreciate that. I'm going to go back to one of my earlier questions. These charges weren't brought while you were at the PD's office, were they?
I did not charge the defendant. No.
But you're here today in your retirement, correct?
That's correct.
You've been brought back here.
Subpoenaed by you and the
That's
prosecution.
true.
Yeah, you didn't have a choice.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with all the work that you did, Detective Goodman did, I believe it's Detective Strandberg, trying to keep everybody straight. No charges were brought.
Not up until the point I left the police department. No.
No charges were brought against Nicole.
No.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Just going to go back over a few things. That runner from the scene, that person was identified?
Yes.
How was that person identified again?
He came in. He came to the police department, I think, with his wife and said, I've seen this. I've been thinking about it. I assume he saw it in the media. Maybe he told us that. I don't recall. And he said, I think that was me because I was running there at that time, and I meet the description.
And was there any reason to doubt him?
The general description, I should say.
Was there any reason to doubt him?
No.
Okay. And you are aware of the reenactment video with Detectives Goodman and Thompson trying to go in and out?
You were talking about the window, yes.
Yes. Have you seen that video?
I have.
When you're watching that, did it look like it was easy to get in and out?
No, it's hard to get in and out of the window.
Okay. Now, a moment ago on cross-examination, you used the phrase "at the time," and then you were kind of cut off. What did you mean when you were talking about "at the time"?
I don't remember what it was in reference to.
It was
Oh,
in
you can
reference
definitely
to,
pull it back.
the knowledge that you had as
look.
various suspects.
But if you forgot what you said,
Sure. If you're talking
you
about
look
that
at.
mall,
No, just go back to the court transcripts. Fine. That's what transcripts are for.
It was about
That's what the transcribers literally for.
curtain rod and the curtain. You said that at the time it made sense that it would have been gone out. What did you mean by that?
Well, you only got out of a window or you left a door. There was no other way to exit the building. And if the curtain rod was truly outside, as I was told it had been, I didn't see it outside, then to me it was reasonable to assume that someone could have left through that window and dragged that curtain rod with them as they left.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sand was asking you about the fact that we met a couple nights ago. You're retired. Is that accurate?
Yep,
Where do you spend your winters?
Arizona.
Probably a little nicer in Arizona than it is when it's 30 below in Minot.
It was when I left on March 10th.
Okay. So were you in Minot over the last few months to sit down and prepare for the case?
No, we left December 16th, I think.
So that was pretty much the first time in the last few months to sit down face to face and see those things.
The only time I've sat down face to face with you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned on cross-examination that what the FBI had to say.
Correct.
What information did the FBI have?
They had the initial information that we had about Devin Hall, that he was in an apartment, he was chased, he was a juvenile, he was a Native American male, he was arrested. That was all. The FBI was there to try and help us any way they could after a lot of discussion, because the FBI doesn't become involved in local murder cases typically. So we sent them this packet of information, and I can't tell you as I sit here exactly what was in there. And they reached the conclusion that of the information that we sent them, Devin Hall was the most likely suspect. And I would have to say, based on the information we sent them, I would have concluded the same thing.
But sitting here today, you have a different conclusion.
Yeah, because I have additional knowledge. They didn't sit across the table from him in an interview. I don't believe they saw the video of him later. I have information they didn't have.
Okay. And with that extra information that was unavailable to the FBI at the time, you have a different conclusion.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was testimony about a break-in that Devin Hall had done on Sioux Street.
Correct.
You know where Sioux Street is in Minot?
I definitely do.
Okay. We've got a map up here. Permission for the witness to come down for demonstrative, Your Honor?
Yeah, as long as you give him a mic. Yes.
Yep. We'll share this one.
Make sure you share it then. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Very funny. Make sure you share it then.
Testing.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, okay, good. You can tell that they're not prepared and used to these kind of bigger cases. Being in, like, you can tell, like, a city like Minot and that county and the state are not used to. Make sure you share equally. Yep. No, it's the judge says it's my turn with the mic. Oh, it's my turn with the mic.
Now, Detective Barnhart.
No, judge said so.
This is more of a blow-up.
But you can tell because they're like having to bust out mics and all this stuff.
This would be North Broadway. The airport's here on my right. This is Burdick Expressway. The fairgrounds would be to the east. So the northern part of Minot.
Is Sioux Street on this map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I've had a sticky note here where I wrote Devin Hall on it. You see that?
I do.
Can you use that to point out where Sioux Street is on this map?
Your Honor, may I go up there and take a look at what they're doing?
Yes, you may.
Of course, yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But
So that's where Sioux Street is?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that a fair ways
Okay.
away from where the murder took place, Benita?
Other side of town or southeast, yes.
Okay. Different quadrant of the city entirely.
Yes.
I just wrote Devin Hall on that.
Can he take a seat?
You can go back to this.
Ooh, yeah. The 10x Beast of Burden will fuck you up.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand.
Because all you gotta do is just scale him then.
Just briefly, because we brought up interviewing Nicole on redirect. Every time you called Nicole, did she come in and talk to you?
Your Honor, I didn't bring up on redirect any interview with the defendant.
That's correct, Mr. Sand.
I beg to differ, Your Honor.
Well, my notes say that he did not bring up Nicole on the redirect. So I'm in agreement with the state for
Okay.
that.
I guess I have one other question. It's an evidentiary issue we can talk about after, Your Honor.
Then you can ask that question.
The additions of the arrows with Devin Hall's name, are those going to be part of evidence, or the additions that have been put onto the map?
I'm unsure what you're talking about, Mr. Sand.
Maybe we could talk.
You're saying that the sticky has an arrow on it
Yes, with
with the name Devin Hall on it?
yes, yep.
My understanding is that was the sticky that Mr. Nelson gave the officer to place
Yeah.
where Devin Hall was found
Yes, sir.
in the apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have a question about that?
I'm just wondering if it's part of evidence now.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't offered and introduced, and that's the only reason I have an issue with it, Your Honor.
The state would offer that as evidence, Your Honor.
That demonstration, yeah, yeah.
All right.
The demonstration is the action of them submitting it.
Presented properly, so I'm going to ask that that be allowed in.
All right, I agree with you. Do you object to that?
Okay. You know what? That I'll give the judge on that one.
Over your objection, Mr. Stan, the court will allow for that sticky to be part of that exhibit on 2B, which is the blow-up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have another question?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
All right. Is Officer Barnhart hereby
All
subpoenaed?
right. This is what I'm saying, man. They're
State subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
We do have him under subpoena, but we're in contact with him as well, Your Honor. So
All right. All right, you're excused from the state subpoena, but not the defense. Thank you. Thank you. Whatever you have needs to stay. Thank you. That's not
Just leave
yours.
those up there, Detective Bernard.
Thank you.
that's not yours.
Mr. didn't walk away.
No stealing in my courtroom. That's not yours.
All right, the time is 3 minutes before 10. Any objections if we take a short break?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. I can go potty.
All right.
Go check
Ladies
on
and
bump.
gentlemen of the jury, again,
Okay, I'll be back
3
in
minutes before 10. We'll
just a few.
recess till 10:15. Once again, I'll read you my admonition. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you. And do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case.
Wait.
Please do not form nor express
Okay,
any
yeah.
opinions about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. Once again, I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it still applies to you throughout the trial. We'll be in recess until 10:15. Anything, the jury is no longer present. Ms. Sorg, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
no, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 10:15. Thank you.
Very good. There's I made food real quick. While we wait. What's this max out of? Hmm. Hmm. I think there's anything. This won't be for. For caffeine now. Now, I will be live on Twitch later. Right. For True Crime Thursday. Just don't know how long we'll be live over here. Nine's the best we're gonna get. Yes, I don't know. I don't know how to keep my eye for a couple things, I guess. I don't know. I do know I need to kill them before Boulder charges fully. That's doable. Let's go. Fuck your Boulder. Okay. Chocolate bars. Might as well. Guess we'll work at the docks. Get a shield item. Not what we were hoping. We were hoping for like balloon bot or something. Oh, we'll take on the thug. See if we can get bonk. Or even strength. Boost up our little nano bots. If I could get one more nano bot, that'd be perfect. We need like first aid in or something, maybe. I do think I should move. Okay. That could be good. Just add crit. Holy. Eh. Okay, so we'll try that out. Interesting. We could go digging. Yeah. Nope. Nope. That's kind of nice, but don't have a consistent charge. You know what? Let's just get some gumballs for a little bit. Why not? We got some extra money. Oh, shield Big Buddy actually worked. Okay. It'll be nice for the VOD watchers. They can just skip this whole part. Yeah, we want Clarence or... Nope. Fortunately. Hey, we got both. Let's go. I was kidding. And we got this. Wow, that was actually the perfect shot. Holy shit. Come on, give me... Oh, that'll be good shield, actually. That works. Yes, go do the dishes. I will be here. They're on break, so this is the perfect time to do it. Go, go, go. Kind of want race Carl. I'm gonna be honest. I think that maybe not. Oh, I didn't realize brake bite was a vehicle. I think I get rid of those. Be honest. Oh my god. Please give me hat. Please give me hat. Please give me hat. Please, please, please give me hat. No. I was hoping for hat. Okay. We're gonna give a temporary to our nano bots. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Damn, I'm actually doing well at Dooley. What the fuck? What did they do to you, Dooley? Did they fix you? Oh, they're back. Already.
All right. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 19 minutes after 10. The jury is not present. Parties are present. Anything before I bring the jury in? Ms. Sorgan.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanders.
Okay.
Please bring the jury.
All right. Cool. I'm done with this run. I think we're okay. Platform. Guess we could take key. Honestly, actually, any of these would be good.
Very much. Please have a seat. Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, then, Ms.
Okay.
Nelson, Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls Dale Makesner.
There's a companion court. Hello. Okay. I'm actually okay with that. Because I think it's.
Make sure I'll have you come up here. She will swear you.
Oh, we should have had skills. We go skill upgrade.
And have a seat over here, please, sir. Once you're situated,
Dooley's
make sure
workshop.
The mic's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the light is on. Okay, you may go ahead, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Dale Meixner, Mainxner.
Are you currently employed?
I am not, I'm retired.
Okay, when did you
Okay.
retire?
I retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation in June of 2016.
Oh, he's been retired for a while now then. Okay.
Now, you said you retired from the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. What is that?
The State Bureau of Criminal Investigation is an agency under the North Dakota Attorney General's office, and our main duties are assisting local agencies in whatever investigation.
We're looking into this case later tonight on Twitch.
Are you an agency of origin?
Excuse me?
Are you the first agency on the scene for investigations?
Normally, the local agencies are the first individuals on the scene, and they in turn determine if they're going to need additional assistance, at which point they would contact our
Who's add
office.
more? I guess.
At the time that you retired in June of 2016, how many BCI agents were there throughout the state? If you know.
I would say approximately 30.
And that's for the entire state of North Dakota.
That's correct.
Okay. How are your assignments divvied up in BCI?
Each agent has a
Have time.
supervisory agent that
Done.
for
Done.
each area,
Done.
sorry. I worked out of Minot, so I was mainly responsible for the northwest corner of the state, even though I did work over the remainder of the state at times. We had some agents that worked mainly drug investigations, and then we had some like myself that mainly worked investigations other than drugs.
Okay. What kind of investigations did you typically handle?
I typically handled anywhere from burglary, business burglaries, to
Liquid Cooler is actually a really good one.
child abuse, to homicides, to suspicious deaths that turned out to be suicides, anything along that line.
How long had you been with BCI before you retired?
I had been with the Attorney General's office for 37 years.
Now, you didn't necessarily state that you were with BCI that whole 37 years. Can you explain why that was?
When I was first hired by the Attorney General's office, which
Oh.
was in 1979, a new unit had just been started, which was called the Drug Enforcement Unit.
I can't
I was
afford
one
that.
of the first 7 agents that were hired
Okay, let's do this.
to staff
Let's afford that.
unit. After that, I spent 5 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit, approximately 10 years on the Drug Enforcement Unit before we were combined with the State Bureau of Criminal Investigation, so we became one unit. Both of us had been under the Attorney General's office, but they felt it was better to combine the two of us, so we all were one unit at that time.
Okay. And approximately when did that combination happen?
I want to say at the end of the 1980s, probably 1988, 1989.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere in law enforcement before you joined under the Attorney General's office?
Yes, I did.
Where was that?
I started my law enforcement career here in Grand Forks. I was hired by the Grand Forks Police Department in 1974, and while on the police department, the first 2.5 years I spent in uniform, and I was
Come on,
transferred
Clarence.
over to the investigative division and worked mainly drug work. And then for the last year, I was promoted to sergeant, went back to uniform.
Okay.
So we've heard some about your experience. Can you tell us about your education and training?
I graduated from the University of North Dakota in 1974 with a degree in business and public administration, dealing mainly with police administration.
Let's go digging.
While employed in law enforcement, I compiled approximately 3,500, 3,600 hours of specialized training.
Okay. And what was that specialized training in?
The initial training, of course, was the basic training that all law enforcement goes through. Following that, there was training in photography, firearms, of course. Once I started with the Attorney General's office, I got further training in homicide investigations, arson investigations, sexual assault investigations, again, more photography, a lot of training in interviewing. I attended the DEA National Academy, the FBI National Academy, and an Arson Academy.
During the course of your career, approximately how many homicide investigations have you participated in?
I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 homicide investigations, give or take, that I had some part in. That may have been not been the actual investigation. It may have been crime scene processing, reviewing investigations, things along that line. But I feel that somewhere in the neighborhood of 50.
Okay. Do you recall assisting the Minot Police Department with the murder of Anita Knutson?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware of how Minot PD reached out to
We'll try this.
BCI?
I believe they had contacted the BCI office, and during that first week of the investigation, I was not present. I was on leave and on the eastern part of the state, but there were, I believe, 2 or 3 other BCI agents that assisted during that week.
And do you recall who those BCI agents were?
Mike Marcus would have been one of them, and other than that, I wouldn't know.
When did you become
There's one
involved in the
XP.
investigation?
I became involved in
Gold.
The following week, the following Monday, which I believe would have been like the 10th or 11th of June.
And what was your involvement?
At that time, the police department requested that I conduct follow-up interviews with some of the individuals that they had
I
initially.
would have taken Robotics Factory and put it
Do you
in
recall
for
who they asked
companion
you to
court,
follow up
but
interviews for?
One of them was
I can't now.
Jose Rodriguez.
Not the shift we
another
make.
was Michael Van, and then Nicole Thomas at the time.
And did you conduct those interviews?
I did.
I have
Commissioner
another.
Freischauder?
More. I only have one vehicle. Sure. Hold on to it. Freeze ray is kind of nice.
Agent Meixner, I'm just going to ask you to hold on to that for a second because I'm going to back up a second here. You conducted those follow-up interviews in June of 2007. Did you have any subsequent involvement with this case after that?
Yes, I conducted a number of interviews in this investigation up through approximately 2010, 2011.
Okay. And specifically drawing your attention to May 6, 2010, did you conduct another interview?
Yes,
And who was that of?
that was of Nicole Thomas.
Yeah, that's why. Freeze is pretty rough.
I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked
Freeze
as
is pretty rough.
States Exhibit 19 for identification, 30-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this was shown to me before.
Okay. And what is that document?
This is a transcript of the interview that I conducted
Peace.
on May 6th of 2010 of Nicole Thomas.
Okay. And your interviews, when you did these, were recorded. Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And for the purpose of being transcribed later?
Yes, if need be. They weren't all transcribed, but if they needed to be transcribed, they were.
Okay. And I think we've indicated this was a 30-page transcript. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you expect to remember all 30 pages of what you talked about with somebody if it wasn't transcribed?
No, I would not.
And you've reviewed this. If you also reviewed the audio recording that transcript was made from?
I have.
Okay. And this is true and accurate. Is that correct?
You told me it was, so I
We're just gonna do this.
Compare it to the transcript.
Jesus Christ,
to the
people.
Recording.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that it's not?
I do not.
Okay. State moves to introduce Exhibit 19.
Mr. Sam.
Your Honor, I'm going to make
Okay,
my last,
let's scale
the last transcript.
20%. Okay, cool.
Evidence rule, I assume the court will have the same ruling. best evidence would be his testimony.
The court will receive Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 over your objection.
Thank you. And Agent Meixner, as you indicated, you wouldn't be expected to remember that. Is that correct?
No, especially after this amount of time.
Okay. How long ago was that interview?
Well, that was 15 years ago.
Okay. And you've since retired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you retired, had all of your cases closed?
Yes, I believe they have. I believe this is my only open case, at least the open homicide that I was involved in.
What would you expect other officers to do with open cases when you retire?
Well, they become, especially with homicides, they become what's known as cold cases. And as in the past I had been responsible for investigating other cold cases, I would think that someone would continue investigating this case in the future until it's resolved.
I have no more questions for Agent Meixner.
Mr. Sand?
Just a couple of brief ones, Your Honor.
All right.
There we go.
Agent Meixner, did you have a chance to review your reports before you came in today?
Yes.
Okay. Gumballs.
Is it true that on April 14th, 2009, there was a conference call that you were on with the FBI?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the result of that was that calls that the FBI felt there needed to be more research done into the subjects from Wolf Point because of the knife?
I recall that in my report. That's what it said.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Sorgan?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Meixner, that meeting conference call occurred October 14th, 2009. Is that right?
Everything's so slowed right now against
And
this.
so the information that was conveyed to the FBI would have been current through what date?
There we go.
Until that point when we spoke with them.
So if information came after that date,
No, I was so
the
close.
FBI wouldn't have been privy to it. Is that correct?
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, unless someone else notified them.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, is this witness under subpoena?
He is.
Is he excused from that subpoena?
He's excused from the state subpoena.
Mr. Sand?
Yeah, I believe we have under subpoena and we're in contact.
All right. You're not excused from their subpoena. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Mary Ann Sens. You can just leave that right there, Dale. Thank you.
Dr. Sand, I'll have you come right up here, ma'am. She's going to swear you an oath.
I think.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
And then we'll have you come over here, ma'am. Once you get situated, just try to adjust the mic so it's kind of aimed at your chin, and then make sure the little light is on the bottom there.
Yes, it seems to be.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Mary Ann Sens, Sens.
What is your occupation?
I am chair of I'm a pathologist. I'm chair of pathology, the University of North Dakota, and
coroner of Grand Forks County and a forensic pathologist serving the state of North Dakota.
How long have you held that position?
Time.
Or those positions, rather?
I came to North Dakota in 2002.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Sorry, that's my microphone.
You may.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 20, a 24-page document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae that I had provided you.
Okay. What is a curriculum vitae?
It's a professional summary of the your training and your accomplishments, publications, grants, projects that you've managed throughout your professional career.
Positions that you've held?
Yes.
Okay. Education?
Education, absolutely.
Okay. All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 20.
Mr. Sand, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Claims Exhibit 20 is received without objection.
Dr. Sens, can you briefly sum up your curriculum vitae for the jury, specifically as it pertains to your training and experience?
Okay, so is this
Yes.
did she
I
evaluate
graduated from
Nicole?
Eastern Michigan University with degrees in biology and chemistry, and then got a PhD at the University of South Carolina. Following that, did a postdoc there up in Boston at Harvard, and then I came back to South Carolina and got an MD degree at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. I stayed in Charleston for my training in anatomic and forensic pathology. After that was finished and I had passed board exams and licensure, I stayed on the faculty at the University of South Carolina, or the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston.
That works.
For a few years, leaving in 1994 to briefly go up to West Virginia to chair their department there, and was recruited to North Dakota in 2002 to chair the department here in Grand Forks.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the fact that you are part of the faculty at UND, does that mean that you teach?
Yes, I teach the medical students and graduate students. We have some undergraduates, and I do some online education.
Okay. Have you ever had to testify in court previously?
Yes, many times.
In the state of North Dakota?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I've testified always as a forensic pathologist, usually regarding some of the cases.
Oh, okay.
that
She's a
I
pathologist.
performed, and occasionally as an expert witness for a case I didn't do but have an opinion on.
And have you been qualified as an expert witness in the courts of the state of North Dakota previously?
Interesting.
Every time, yes, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like this is going to be a lot juicier day.
In North Dakota,
better day.
perhaps, 15 to 20. Fortunately, we're not a very high crime state.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
I understand that.
That's the fucking truth right
And
there.
what area are you qualified as an expert in?
In forensic and anatomic pathology.
Your Honor, at this time, the state asks that Dr. Sens be designated and qualified as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No objection, sir.
She is so qualified and accepted.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Sens, can you please tell us what the procedure would have been with the North Dakota Forensic Examiner's Office for receipt of a body for autopsy in 2007?
Ooh.
I was
Okay, I'm curious on this actually.
the temporary forensic examiner for the state, and
Right.
a coroner would call the office and to say that they had a case, and then the case would generally be brought to Bismarck. Occasionally, it was brought to Grand Forks. In this case, it was brought to Bismarck.
Okay. When you
Right.
say this case, do you mean the death of Anita Knudsen?
Yes,
Okay. And you're the individual who performed that autopsy, is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. Can you please tell us about the protocol that you followed with regards to that autopsy?
Yeah, the same as we do for all autopsies. We first get a history from the coroner, from law enforcement, the applicable people that might know information of what happened, what the last time the person was seen, things like that. We also try to get medical history. I can't remember in this case whether we got any or not prior to the autopsy, but she was a very young woman also, so it wouldn't have been quite as important as if a person had known medical diseases.
Why is it important for you to obtain that information?
Because we have to look for unusual things at autopsy. For instance, if there'd been a heart pacemaker, we would have to know that. If
Yeah.
there had been some other surgery, a transplantation, if the person was diabetic, they might have certain findings. And conversely, if we see something, even if the cause of death is unrelated, say if the cause of death is...
We still gotta say something. It is like note it, report it, stuff like that.
Occasionally, we do find people with undiagnosed medical conditions that are important for their family to know. And so we try to get a good medical history so that we know that.
Then what do you do?
We proceed with an external examination.
Now we're done with
which
the
is,
main burst.
Basically documenting.
It'll be okay.
The clothing the person might have had on, documenting any
Yeah, we'll be fine.
injuries, collecting any evidence if there was any hair. In the case of a homicide, we would very often try to get fingernail scrapings or other evidence depending on what is there on the body. We then take some photographs of the body, and following that, we proceed with an internal examination, looking at each organ, documenting any trauma to the body, the extent of the trauma.
Take free stuff right now.
Assessing the cause of death, seeing if there's any contributing factors to that death, and then finish and write the autopsy report. Collect toxicology samples, also blood, urine, vitreous, which is fluid from the eye, to look for drugs, alcohol, and other toxicology specimens.
Okay, Dr. Sens, you said that during the process that you document. How do you do that?
We generally I take notes. We take a lot of photographs. We have sketches that we can fill in, and at the time going between Grand Forks and Bismarck, so I had a little laptop with me, and I entered the stuff myself.
Okay. And when you're done, do you create a report?
Absolutely.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And I'm going to be utilizing the well a lot with this witness. So.
All right.
I'm glad she's like, I'm just gonna let you know now, so that people can't sit there. Like, if you have an objection, you might as well get it out now. I like her. I like her for the state. I like her for that. She's good at that, establishing them. Okay, well, since other homeboy had an issue with it last time, I think it's just the two guys have kind of back and forth with each other. I'm gonna be honest. Very funny to me. Turn the camera back on.
Dr. Sens, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23 for identification, 9-page document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is the autopsy report that I prepared along with the report of death, which is a supplemental report stating that the person died.
Okay. And when you completed that report, what did you do with it?
It remained with the Bismarck Medical Examiner's office.
Going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 22A through 22W inclusive, and ask you if you recognize
That.
Yes, these are all copies of photographs that were taken at the autopsy.
You were present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate representations of the photographs that were
I
taken?
would fucking hope so.
State moves to introduce Exhibits 22A through 22W.
But that's a lot of time that things could happen to
Mr. Sand, the objection.
stuff.
States Exhibits 22A through 22W are received. This is 23 photographs without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay,
Right.
just set those down there, Dr. Sens. Okay. And lastly,
Easy.
we'll just work with this last exhibit here real quick before I go sit down. Showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 21. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is a anatomic diagram, a schematic diagram of a adult female. I created this for you. Actually, I didn't create the drawing, but on the drawing are the location of the 2 stab wounds I found at the autopsy. I created this this year at your request when we were reviewing the case.
So to be clear, it's basically a little outline of a person.
Yes.
Right? And that's a standard form, is that right?
That's a standard form, yes.
However, there's some markings on the document, is that right?
That's correct.
And you created that?
I
is that right?
created that
All right.
at that time.
And is this true and accurate as to what you created
Ooh, Miss
based
Siles.
upon the case
Okay, hold on,
information
Seth.
in this matter?
Yes, it is.
State moves to introduce Exhibit 21.
Mr. Sand.
No objection.
States Exhibit 21 is again received without objection.
Okay, good. This is wild that there's not objections right now.
Since you had indicated on your
I'm not sure why.
statements just recently that you prepare a report of autopsy that comes up with your conclusions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are fucking people's problems with being loud?
Could you please explain to us what you mean when you say cause of death?
Yeah, when we say the cause of death, that is basically the disease or the process that led to a cessation of life, what caused the person to die. There can be a lot of things wrong with us. We could have diabetes, we could have heart disease, but what we die of is the cause of death, and that may be that disease,
Hell
or it
yeah.
may be trauma, such as a gunshot wound or a stab wound. But whatever is the process, the ultimate process leading to death is the cause of death.
And how do you go about determining cause of death?
We do the autopsy. That's why we review the medical records. That's why we do the details that we have. That's why the path residency is 4 years long to study disease, and why the forensic pathology fellowship is a year long, so that we assess the cause of death.
And is cause of death different than manner of death?
Yes, it is.
Could you please explain to the jury what manner of death is?
Yes, manner of death in this country is a public health assessment, and it's to classify each death the best we can into 5 categories. Natural death, where the death was caused by a disease or a process. Suicide, where a person takes their own life. Accident, where there is a force that cannot be controlled or is not controlled, that sets in a chain of events to take the person's life. Homicide, where the death is as a result of the action of another person. And then undetermined, when we cannot tell. This is a public health, strictly public health determination. It is not legal at all. There's a totally different process. We're going through part of that process today to determine whatever legal charges, ramifications should be present. Manner of death is a public health classification that I make, that doctors make themselves. We don't have a jury. It's our best estimate as to why the death occurred. Was it caused by another person? Was it caused by an accident? Was it caused by disease? Was it caused by yourself? Or we don't know.
So, Dr. Sens, before I get into the specifics of this particular case, I want to ask you to explain a few more items to the jury.
Okay.
Could you please explain what livor mortis or lividity is?
Yes, livor mortis, lividity is basically the settling of the blood. When we die, our heart stops pumping, and the blood that's there by gravity settles to the lowest position. That causes the blood to accumulate in the lower areas of the body that are not, doesn't have any pressure points from anything. And it also, because it's not being oxygenated, it tends to be darker. So it's darker areas where the blood is settled, still within the vasculature, but it reflects that the heart isn't pumping anymore, and with gravity it settles.
Okay. So to a lay person, what would that look like?
A darkening of the skin in the areas that are lower, with a very sharp lightening of the skin, say if a person is laying on their back, where their buttocks or where their shoulders may be touching the ground, that'd be light. In areas away from that, it would be much darker.
And how long does that last, that lividity or livor mortis?
It starts to occur right at death. You can usually start to see it in 2 to 3 hours. In most people, it tends to maximize and become very fixed at about 8 hours, and then it goes away, or it doesn't go away, but we start losing the perception of it as decomposition starts to occur and other changes supersede it. That generally starts, we say, at about 48 hours. However, if a person's in a cool environment without a lot of sun, it may be a bit longer. If it's warm and hot and the person's out in direct sun, decomposition may start in 8 to 10 hours. So lividity really, you lose, it's still there, but you lose the perception of it once decomposition sets in.
Now, most of us have seen TV and movies, CSI shows where they set the exact time of death in the autopsy. Does that ever happen?
No. This isn't Perry Mason either. No one is going to get up and, explain exactly what happened. That's just for television.
And why is that not possible?
These are very complex situations, and you have to look at all the different facts and come up with a range. And that range is just that. It's a range.
Do you have to look to outside information?
Absolutely.
Okay. Will you ever be able to determine time of death based on autopsy alone?
Let's fix it.
Only when there's a pacemaker that stops, and I query the pacemaker. And that's really not from the autopsy.
That's true. Okay. Dr. Sens, what is a hesitation mark?
A hesitation mark is something we call a sharp force injury, and they're very common as a person is injuring themselves to hurts. And so as they start to cut their skin, either to kill themselves or some people
there we go.
cutting their skin.
Now it works.
Sometimes it goes a little bit deeper, and then the pressure is released and then goes a little bit deeper. It's an irregular indentation in the skin, and also an irregular, you stop and you start, reflective of hesitation, hence the word hesitation. That may be a person's decision not to cut themselves, or it may reflect pain, or it may reflect any other mental things they're thinking about. But their hesitation leads to an irregular, usually superficial, incised wounds or wounds from a sharp object.
Have you ever encountered hesitation marks in a case that you have ruled a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain those?
Sometimes people
are
actually cutting themselves. Sometimes a person is committing the homicide and they may have second thoughts. The person may move. Any number of reasons why it isn't a, so to speak, direct incised or direct stab wound with a sharp.
Friendship items.
And at this time, Dr. Sens, I'm going to come up and work with you with some of the exhibits, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry for hovering, but we have to share. All right. Now,
I love that she's being very upfront and communicative.
can you please describe where you put the markings on that diagram?
Yes, I put two markings on the diagram. I label them A and B. They are on the upper chest above. One is more toward the center, and one is more toward the right side of the body.
Okay. Why did you label these A and B?
We have to keep track of the wounds, and I have no way. In this case, I have no way to know which wound was inflicted first. In fact, it's very uncommon that we are able to tell which wound was inflicted first. And so we generally will label them either A, B, C, starting from the top of the chest going down. Some people use 1, 2, 3.
Interesting. Okay.
Again, with the emphasis that these are, I just assign
We'll hold
them
on to it then.
track of them during the autopsy. It doesn't imply that A was first or B was second.
Okay. So these notations correspond to a wound?
Yes.
Okay. And is that notated in your report as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Permission to publish 21 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, Dr. Sens, we have a number of photographs here. I'm going to have you explain a few of these in particular.
Okay,
Now, some of these you picked out and some of these I picked out. Is that correct?
that's correct.
I don't know if I can make crane and bulldozer work.
Pictures that I picked out, because I'm impatient. Okay, specifically drawing your attention to exhibits 22,
Actually,
and 22W.
Yes.
Can you please describe 22U?
22U is a photograph of the decedent demonstrating her backside. She is laying.
no, this doesn't work.
She is laying on the autopsy table, and an assistant is holding her in that position.
Okay. 22V?
22V is a portion of the front from about the waist down to her feet.
Okay. And how about 22W?
22W is a picture from her head down through her upper thighs, overlapping a bit to get the full body.
Okay. What can we learn from looking at those photographs?
We can see
Looking for
the
enchantments.
stab wounds to her chest. We can also see that there is a partial lividity pattern on the front of her and on the front of her face.
Okay. And what does this indicate to you about the position of her body at the time of her death?
For a period of time after her death, she was actually on her stomach for a while.
Laying face down.
Laying face down.
Get that, potentially get that curio. I need stuff that haste. Ooh,
Show you.
there's steel.
We'll work with. Okay. Working now with 22N through 22T. These are photographs of what?
22N is of her hands. In fact, most of these
Jason,
are of various views of her hands.
Okay. And why was it important to photograph her hands?
It's important to see if there's
Try
any
this.
What we call defensive injuries to the hands.
Trying
If
something
there's
out
any
here.
Trace material. In this case, I could visually see a hair, and we photographed that. And to see if there's, torn nails, things of that nature.
Okay. And can you tell us about defensive wounds?
No, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, defensive wounds
Such a bad
are
idea.
wounds that, from the location, appear to be as the person may be defending themselves. For instance, a wound on the inside of the hand may be inflicted as someone is holding their hands up.
Okay.
It's our estimate.
That's
It
pretty
doesn't
common
mean that
here.
it really happened that way, but it is based on experience and training and an assessment of whether or not the person was responding in a defensive way to the injuries that were occurring.
Because it's human instinct to try to protect yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you find any indication of any defensive wounds on Anita's hands?
No, there was a great deal of blood, but we couldn't really identify anything. As I said, there was a hair.
Bills, please.
We photographed the hands. There wasn't anything that we could definitively say was from that.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a couple more pictures that I picked out.
Yes.
Pictures you just showed her.
These were 22N through T.
Great, thank you.
Hey, it's so much smoother when she's doing this. I don't know
22L,
why.
22M.
It's insanely smoother.
These are a picture of the frenulum, the inside of the inside of her cheek or lips, excuse me. And we've got a little string of tissue there called the frenulum. The reason we take that is that if a person is suffocated, have hands over their face, and they're struggling, very often that is torn. And we demonstrate that in this case, there wasn't any tearing, nor was there any oral injuries. We also look very carefully
Yeah.
at the inside of the mouth.
To show that, like,
Generally,
it wasn't like
can't get
a.
a good picture of that, but we look for.
I mean, that
and
happens
document
once in a while.
that whether
I would
or not
imagine.
there's any oral trauma.
That would be in more sexual assault cases,
People
but.
are missing teeth and things like that. So it's a
Oh, true, yeah.
assessment
Actually,
of whether there was trauma.
forgot about teeth
inside.
missing.
Dr. Sens, I'm now going to show you 22A through G. What are those images?
Objection, Your Honor.
Those are photographs of the 2 stab wounds that were present, both as they appeared on the body, and then because our skin stretches and our body stretches a bit, how a wound, a stab wound looks on the body is very different than how it may have been inflicted, and so we try to adjust the skin a little bit to get a better picture.
She was 19 when this happened.
Actually occurred on the
That's
body.
crazy to think about.
Picture, I can find the one where you're doing that.
Yes, picture F, and to some extent picture E.
Okay. And you're basically just manipulating the wound a little bit so that you can see.
So that it was back to where it was when it occurred, because the skin stretches, and it would be misinterpreted if it was a big gapping hole. It's not. It's a slit.
Okay. Now, in these
We don't need to
photographs,
upgrade.
you're seeing a ruler or a scale, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you
And a
tell us-
case number.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's important for keeping track of everything, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Can you
Much so.
tell us what the dimensions of these wounds were?
Yes, these wounds, and I measured them, and they're in my report. But they're about an inch in length and less than an eighth of an inch in width.
Okay. And we're also looking at 22G, correct?
Correct.
And that depicts what?
Those are 2 stab wounds. That shows her chest, and it shows both stab wounds present. The other images are close-ups of individual wounds. and I also should say, to give you some history, if you look at these are reddish. We take them at that time. The medical
Boost that.
examiner was
We'll take on Bouncertron.
Kodachrome slides, 35 millimeter slides. Those were then scanned at a later point. I was taking some digital photographs, but any photograph, and any time you go through a scanning process, stuff always looks redder than it truly is. And so I wanted to preface, if you are looking at those, they're different than you would expect for a Christmas photograph, obviously.
Understandable.
A normal family photograph.
Okay. Are you able to determine from 22G the distance between the 2 wounds?
Yes, the distance is approximately 3.5 inches.
Now, you picked out these photographs, 22H, I, J, and K, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury why you picked those.
Yes, the 22H is a picture of her chest plate.
I didn't know nitrogen hammer was
Chest
part.
plate, the ribs during
Interesting.
pregnancy. And this is a picture of that, of the inside of that. It's actually photographed upside down, but it shows the 2 stab wounds that are present on the inside to show that they went through the ribs and into the chest.
I want the scaling for that.
photograph number 22I is the inside, and it shows where one of the stab wounds hit the heart and caused a larger wound. Obviously, a knife can move. The person using the knife can move, and the victim can move, both independently and combined. The internal wounds are often larger than what's on the outside.
Now, Dr. Sens, you said went through the ribs. Did this stab wound go through bone?
This one stab wound just went through the soft tissue between the ribs. The one that was closest actually went through part of the soft part of the rib that's cartilage, so it's not bone.
Okay. Can you explain that a little bit more, what the soft part of a bone?
Yeah, our bones, especially our ribs when we're young, are connected, have cartilage at the end, and they have cartilage where they connect to other bones. And it's a little bit easier.
I think it should have companion core.
You're not cutting through calcified bone.
Okay. And cartilage is kind of the same stuff that we have in our nose and our earlobes, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to determine with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how much force was necessary to cause those stab wounds?
These would not take a terrible amount of force. You are going through basically muscle, a little bit of cartilage, and then the heart is muscle. That is very easy to cut through. And the stab wound also went through the rib or through the lung, and that's very easy to cut through. It's mostly just air and some elastic tissue.
Okay. Dr. Sens, what was Anita Knutson's cause of death?
Right. Okay.
She died from exsanguination, or she bled to death.
Exsanguination. You don't.
Stab wounds, one of which.
I haven't heard that in a bit. I'll admit.
Cut her heart open, and the blood ran out of her heart.
What does it mean if a wound is immediately fatal?
I hate the word immediate. I can give you some ranges. A wound that would, say, be the fastest to kill you would be one, say, that cut your brain in two. And we know that happens rarely with, say, an internal stroke or something in the midbrain in the pons. If you have a injury, say a shotgun blast or a large ballistic injury to the head, that's very quickly or close to immediately fatal within a matter of seconds. Exsanguination or bleeding can occur in different time frames. This was very, very quick. She lost a lot of blood from her heart. Within seconds to minutes, she likely lost conscious within a minute or so.
No, you need that.
Stab wound. And I wouldn't call that immediate, but it's within a minute or two with the loss of consciousness in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Were these wounds survivable?
The one wound was likely survivable.
I want
one
big ego.
wound went through her lung, and it caused a lot of damage, and it caused some hemorrhage.
I would
She
imagine.
got medical care promptly.
Yup.
It was like
That's why she bled to death. It wasn't immediate because of that.
Not. The other wound, as I said, she bled out very, very quickly. It cut a part of the heart that is very thin. The blood would have, there was no way to stop the blood from that. And she would have lost consciousness within seconds to a minute and died shortly thereafter.
Dr. Sens, were you able to determine what kind of knife caused
That's such an awful way to fucking die.
It was likely
Holy.
a single blade weapon, but there's a very broad range. We really can't identify this
Too long
came
a
from
cooldown?
this gun. I can't do that.
Okay. Why do you say it was likely a single blade?
I say it was likely because when we looked at it and we opposed the edges, it appeared that one edge was sharper than the other, saying that it was a single-edged blade as opposed to a double-edged blade. And certainly a single edge is much more common. But again, that is my opinion. It's an estimate, and it's going on a pattern in the skin.
God,
Are
we
you
gotta
able
beat
to
that boulder.
determine the length or width of a knife based on a wound?
No, we can't.
And why is that?
We won't.
Because stabbing is dynamic. As I said before, a person can have a stab wound and the knife can move, the knife can wiggle, the knife can move even if the person doing the stabbing stays still. The person that's a victim can move, and that will increase the diameter of the knife. I know that in crime novels and in TV, they can measure it, but we really can't. They use plaster of Paris and they pour down and get a model of the knife, and you can't do that. Realistically, stab wounds, we can say where they are. I have seen stab wounds with a little tiny pocket knife that left a 10-inch opening in the skin. So we just can't tell. It's too dynamic.
Dr. Sens, your role throughout this entire investigation was the performance and documentation of the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In order to determine cause and manner of death.
Yes.
Is it your job to determine who caused that death?
No, not at all. I can't. I'm here, I explain, I'm an advocate for the deceased person. She was my patient, and I examined her and to the best of my medical ability, figured out why she died.
Now, you explained to us what the cause of death was. What was your public health determination as to the manner of Anita's death?
Homicide.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
The stab wounds themselves were incompatible with someone stabbing themselves and then flipping over and bleeding out the way they did.
Yeah.
It would be highly unusual.
And you ruled out the other potential manners of death as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sens. I have no more questions.
Is there anything with the autopsy that we're going to do or not?
I believe I introduced all the exhibits, Your Honor.
You might have introduced them, but you didn't.
Oh, I'm so
offer
sorry.
them.
Yes.
I believe I did, Your Honor. The autopsy report was received without objection. If it's not, I'm offering 23, which is the report of death and autopsy report.
Mr. Sand? Do you have any objections?
No, sir.
Exhibit 23 is received without objection.
Okay. Easy.
And if I didn't previously offer them, Your Honor, I also...
You did the others.
I did the others. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Then I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we almost got through that without the sassiness. Okay.
Doctor hereby subpoena, Ms.
Close.
Morgan.
She is, Your Honor, and she may be released.
All right. Mr. Sand, any objections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. You may come and go as you please.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
I'll be handling the next one, Your Honor. The state calls Emmy Gebhardt.
We want the income. We want income. Damn, someone goes, I was trying so hard I had to go back and listen to what she said. Damn, that's crazy. Too bad.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
That
the
sucks.
truth, so help you God.
I'll have you take a seat over here, ma'am. Watch your steps over there.
Okay, so the pathologist said basically that when she did the autopsy, that she was stabbed in the lungs and bled out, but not in a way that she would have stabbed herself and then flipped over and bled out.
Amy Gebhardt,
And could you spell your last name for us, please?
Gebhardt.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the North Dakota State Crime Laboratory.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that I analyze evidence for the presence of biological substances on items of evidence. I prepare reports of my findings and provide testimony as necessary to those results.
And how long have you been with the North Dakota Crime Laboratory Division?
A little over 27 years.
Okay. So going back to about 97 or so?
Yes.
Okay. You could describe the nature of your work.
I am an analyst in the DNA unit, and so I analyze evidence for the presence of biological material on those items of evidence and prepare reports of my findings and testify.
If you could describe for us your training and education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Minot State University. When I was hired at the crime lab, I was hired as a drug analyst because the DNA section didn't exist at that time. When part of my training and education includes assisting in performing the validation studies and writing the policies and procedures used to start the DNA section. Under the supervision and training of my then supervisor, I successfully completed a competency exam and became a qualified DNA analyst in December of 2001.
Have you previously testified regarding DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately, how many times, have you previously been qualified as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified 51 times, and I was qualified as an expert 26 of those times.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor.
Now, I've handed you an exhibit. What is that exhibit number?
24.
Okay, and that's a 4-page exhibit?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
This is my curriculum vitae or resume.
That's more layman's
Does
terms.
it reflect your educational and employment history?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers exhibit 24.
Mr. Sand.
No objection.
Thanks. Exhibit 24 is received without objection.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer forensic scientist Amy Gebhardt
Name is
as an expert,
Slam 20.
in the field of DNA analysis.
Mr. Sand.
No objection.
Court finds that Ms. Gebhardt is an expert in the field of DNA analysis and is so accepted.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the hereditary material that carries information about how an organism will look and function.
And what is a profile?
A profile is basically a visual representation of a person's unique pattern of DNA.
And why is that important in forensic testing?
It's important because it allows us to uniquely identify unrelated individuals in the population.
Now, are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control is a sample that is run alongside the evidence samples it has a known and expected result.
And why are those important?
Controls are important because they ensure the accuracy and validity of the results of the question samples that have been analyzed along with those controls.
And what if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work
Then
properly,
they're not controls.
the
They have to
results
be-
from the evidence can't necessarily be trusted. And then the lab has the responsibility, or the analyst has the responsibility, to begin investigating what possibly could have happened, at what step, why, and how to
Resolve
fix
that.
Is there anything about the testing process that can change the DNA type in a sample?
No.
What is a quality
Okay.
assurance?
Quality assurance is a program conducted by the laboratory to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the tests that the lab performs.
Are quality assurance programs in effect in your lab?
Yes, they are.
When the lab receives cases for DNA testing, what steps are taken to ensure the integrity of the evidence?
When evidence is received at the laboratory, it is assigned a unique identifying number, and it is subjected to chain of custody and secure storage.
I hate the S's. S's right now.
Chain of custody is a process that documents the physical movement and handling of the evidence while it is at the laboratory. It provides tracking of where the evidence is stored and who has it and at what times they have custody of the evidence.
How do you make sure that a proper chain of custody is maintained?
The chain of custody is maintained
Oh,
by
man.
we
Phone's chewing
use a
gum, too.
laboratory information management system, and the evidence receives barcodes when it is logged into that LIMS system, and the computer program tracks the movement of the evidence by scanning the barcode in and out of custody and in and out of storage locations.
Now, what are protocols?
Protocols are specific, a set of specific steps that must be followed
I hate every
while
second of it.
performing a particular procedure or method.
Does the lab have written protocols?
Yes, we do.
Do those protocols cover every step from receipt of evidence to the writing of reports?
Yes.
Have those protocols been approved by any agency or organization?
Yes, they have.
Is the crime lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB. The first A stands for American National Standards Institute.
Sorry,
and
I shouldn't
the
mute my
NAB is
mic for that.
National Accreditation Board.
My bad.
What does it mean to be accredited?
It means that the lab has received formal recognition for that its policies, procedures, physical building, equipment, personnel, and quality program have met certain
That's
standards.
okay.
And does your lab follow the guidelines?
Stay
of the
three.
organization?
Yes,
We only lost.
How long has the
Three.
North Dakota lab been performing DNA?
We won day
testing
2, which
on
matters.
casework?
Since about 2001.
Okay. How are profiles generated?
Uh,
We're not going to use our core.
when we
We're abandoning
are
it.
trying to develop a profile from evidence, there's a series of steps that we must go through. The initial step is called extraction. We need to
I'll have to
isolate
watch
the
that
DNA
here on
from
next break.
whatever the DNA is deposited on.
Coffee-
whether
a
it's
coffee
swab
sister
or a
sent me.
towel or a sheet. After we have isolated the DNA, we need to know approximately how much DNA we have. Too much or too little DNA.
I just don't know if I'm going to
provide
use this
optimal
stuff
results,
right now.
And so the second step is
I'll have to figure it out over time.
after we've obtained an approximate quantity of the DNA that has been extracted, if there is enough if it has met the minimum quantitation threshold, it will go on to a step called amplification, which is performed by a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. And basically, that step forces the DNA to copy itself. It's not changing the DNA in any way, but it is causing the DNA to make millions of copies of itself. After amplification, the sample is put on the genetic analyzer instrument, and that instrument will translate that DNA into a profile that can be interpreted and used for comparison.
Use it for now.
After DNA analysis was completed, was a report created stating the results of analysis?
Yes, it was.
Oh, that's just. Sending me more stuff and it makes me so happy. I want all of this stuff. All the shorts to watch.
25, should be 35 pages.
On a break.
Accurate.
I haven't done lunch yet. I have food, but.
Is that somebody's phone? Someone have their phone on?
Uh-oh. Bakers.
It should not have been on. Okay.
Unprofessionalism. Inexcusable. Okay, I need to have that. Okay,
There are
this I can
35
afford.
pages of report and one blank page.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the report for the analysis for the DNA?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, the state would move to enter Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Can I ask whose DNA you're talking about?
It's the report from the case, Your Honor.
Okay. A particular person's DNA?
A lot of it's going
Oh,
to be needed.
oh, hi, Bean. How are you?
Mr. Sand?
No objection.
Feeling better about today now, I take it?
25 is received without objection.
Now, this report, does it accurately represent the conclusions for each one of the items that were analyzed in this case?
Hopefully.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at 1A. What is 1A?
Item 1A is a swab.
We're kind of here
from
for a power
back
drill
of
core.
the knife handle.
And what can you tell us about that?
There were several attempts made at developing a profile from
Knee.
the knife, none of which provided a usable profile.
So does the same thing apply to
Don't.
1D and 1E?
Yes, good.
No.
I'm so glad. I know that was a big stressor for you.
Item 1D was a swab of the front half of the knife handle, and item 1E
Give me
was
one
a swab
second.
of the blade of the knife. The profile developed from item 1D, the front half of the knife,
I'm glad. I know that was a stressor.
provided a profile that matched
No,
the profile
I mean,
from the known sample from Sisson.
sorry, I was gonna make a joke, but
So it needed Knutson's DNA.
There's been a lot of things that have kind of happened already in this case. I kind of am like I want to make a video on this case, but like not a video covering like the actual true crime aspect, just the silliness circus aspects of this case.
Of the knife.
I'll give more explanation. Are you trying to play games tonight, by the way? You're trying to play Repo?
The exterior.
I'd be down for games. I still got to do a stream on Twitch later
Item
tonight.
1G, the profile developed from item 1G, the swab,
At least
the
something.
internal components of the knife, was a mixture that was determined to be too complex for
Okay. Sweet.
comparison.
What does that mean?
Perfect.
It means that there's
That's exciting,
indication that there were three or more than three contributors on the knife, and the laboratory's policy is that when an analyst believes there to be more than three contributors, interpretation will not be made.
Why is that?
When you have
She just makes weird
three or
mouth
four
sounds. I'm gonna be
more
honest.
contributors in a mixture on a particular item, it becomes difficult to accurately assign genetic information to individual contributors due to the chances of them sharing genetic information, and it cannot be reliable statements cannot be made about potential contributors to that mixture.
Now, in the process of analysis for
Let's go. I'm down for it. Crowd control and
was
everything.
the screen also, was there a screen that was tested?
We can pick up where we left off yesterday.
And was DNA pulled from the
Or
screen?
yeah, the other day. Last time we
Yes.
played. Not yesterday. The other night. Was it yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday. Day
There
before.
were four
My week's a
samples
blur
taken
this
from the
time.
screen,
This week.
3 swabs and 1 cutting.
It's been a blur.
And the profile from a swab of the top inside left edge of the screen matched the profile developed from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The same with the profile
thank God.
from the cutting of that was taken of the screen. It was a profile that matched
okay.
the profile.
Yeah,
from the known
quite.
sample
I got
from
3
Anita
now.
Knutson.
Watch through next break.
There was a swab taken of the inside of the metal screen frame that
Let's upgrade that.
was a partial profile and a mixture. That mixture, we were able to determine a major contributor and a minor contributor, and the major profile matched the profile from the known sample from Anita Knutson. The minor profile was a partial profile and contained limited genetic information that was not suitable for comparison.
So Anita Knutson's DNA was within the cutting.
Oh, hi. I'm good. I'm good.
Slicing.
We're just covering,
You mentioned that
they're calling it the roommate murder mystery,
somebody's
but it's a cold case that went cold for like 15 years.
too many contributors.
It went cold for like 10 plus, but it happened 15 years ago. How are you doing, by the way? And now her roommate is being charged with the murder. It's been a shit show of a fucking trial,
Sustained.
dude.
Does that tell us anything?
I'm trying
I'm sure
to.
that's too complex for interpretation.
We did. It was Tuesday then. Okay,
Means that
I do believe that. I thought today was Wednesday for
our
like
laboratories
a half hour
purposes,
earlier.
3 or more
Completely forgot what
more
fucking
than
day it
3
was.
Contributors, and
So
we have made the
I hope you're doing well,
determination in
though,
our
Thomas.
laboratory that when there's an indication of more than 3 people, we will not interpret that data.
Now, were statistical frequency calculations.
okay, so we can do that. Boost that.
Yes.
And what is the significance of population frequencies?
Item, I guess. Oh,
Population frequencies
yeah, fucking.
provide
Yes, I want to play more of that
links
tonight.
to a match.
So I'm pumped.
It's one
Pumped
thing
me.
if I am able to tell you that the profile from A matches the profile from the subject or victim or whoever
Yeah,
the contributor
yeah.
is, the known.
Well, what happened was
But
So the main reason it kind of went cold was because it's Minot, North Dakota. So it's a small town up north, right? That is primarily oil workers. You got repo? Perfect. You'll have to add, I will have to send you a mod pack file so that you could join. But it's a blast. Anyway, so it's Minot, North Dakota. It's a small little fucking oil town that doesn't really see a whole lot of crime, but is also by a indigenous reservation. And so they spent probably the first, like, I'd say couple years, it sounds like, kind of investigating this indigenous person that they thought, even with the FBI, thought had done it. And realistically, they had video debunking a lot of like what they thought. They thought that someone had climbed through the window and like had cut the screen, climbed through the window, and then climbed back out, right? But there's a couple of different things that have like contradicted that, including what the pathologist just had said, and a video showing two different officers climbing through it. Now, the one officer did say that if someone was tall, they would struggle to get through there. So, but we'll see. We'll see how this all ends up.
It's important to substantiate that match by giving an estimate of how frequently we would expect to find the profile from the evidence in a given population of unrelated individuals.
Did all the controls show that the tests here were...
Beat it up for a second.
Yes.
You know what? I'll take that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Briefly, sir. Can you hear me all right with this microphone? Okay. Thanks for coming in today.
Yes.
Dude, these fucking microphones, man.
Flip your report to page.
It's a small town, not used to big city people coming in and wanting to cover cases in these trials. It's really cool to see, though. Like such a small town like Minot being put on the map a little bit here. Not for a great reason, but I still think it's great. Good for the city, you know.
Fingernail clippings from Anita Knudsen.
What's found in item on page 30, 17I right?
We'll take on this.
17I right was subjected to Y chromosomal analysis, or
I'm playing tonight, by the way, Thomas. I'm playing Repo tonight with
and there was
people.
A partial profile developed of an unknown.
Sure, we will have some spots
Under
open.
the right fingernails, yes.
I'll have to send you file on break so you can just get all that set up.
The knife that you tested based on Mr. Nelson's
In case you need help.
came back with Anita Knudsen's DNA on it as well, right?
The knife
It's the
that was
first
tested,
time.
yes.
Well, you didn't test it. I'm sorry.
I did not.
I'm sorry. And that was a folding knife.
Yes,
That's what you have from the report because this report was done by someone who's not there anymore, correct?
correct.
That's why you're here.
Yes,
It's a folding knife.
yes,
Had Anita's DNA on it.
yes,
She had male DNA.
Okay.
yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirection?
Wait,
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly.
they're saying that the knife used had male DNA on
The
it.
report that shows that there was male DNA under Anita's fingertips. Can you tell us
Oh.
when that DNA was deposited?
I cannot.
Oh, I see what happened under the fingernails.
At least you can't tell us.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Yeah,
All right.
girl, have I not been fucking telling you this?
You can be released.
All right.
Okay.
Objections, Mr. Sand?
And this isn't me actually mad. Don't take this as me actually mad. But have I not told you like how much better that kind of shit is? Zimmy's Bagels. I don't think I have a Zimmy's Bagel. But I think the only other better place that I gotten a better breakfast sandwich is literally at my own home. But that's because I can make the eggs how I want. But yes, actual breakfast sandwich places so much better. So much better. Holy shit. There's a little Jewish deli not far from my house. I need to go check out your Zims if I'm ever in New York. I don't know if I'm going to be going out there now that you're moving away there. But regardless, I go to this little Jewish deli, probably like half a mile away from me. And I will go and get veggie breakfast sandwiches, bagel sandwiches. They're so good. But their bagels are just too pricey to have on a consistent basis.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Too expensive. Oh, they're on break. Okay. It's just too expensive all the time. That's why I make them at home, and I try to improve my sandwiches every time I make them. I'm not even joking. Like even today, I used.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Cool. So they're on an hour. They're hour 15 recess. Cool. They're actually, the crazy thing is they're on my time zone right now. Losing Sims when I move. No, what you need to do is you need to like study that fucking bagel sandwich, and you need to like either learn how to make it or have Solar help figure it out. That's what you do. When you move away, you learn how to recreate before you move away. Ooh, spaghetti! Leftover spaghetti is always good. Oh. Yeah, they're on like an hour break now. Okay, video time. Why am I listening to music? We need to watch these videos, damn it. Nikki, you sent me a bunch of them. Okay, hold on, wait. I never really thought about that, actually. Now that you've sent me that, Nikki, I'm gonna be real. I never thought about that. I think that there is a very good quality with scrambled eggs. It's hard to make a combined sandwich unless you're like wrapping it up in foil stuff, which I need to start doing a bit more often. But oh my god, Hollywood Undead was the most frat boy music. Now, yeah, I hate that there was a phase where I really listened to Hollywood Undead now that I come to that realization.
Excuse
I'm
me,
embarrassed.
$100 is your favorite artist?
I don't really listen to music, but probably Young Gravy.
I'll play 3
Of course it's going to be Young Gravy. This is so set up.
Young Gravy songs, get them all right, $100.
Easy enough.
First song.
Young Gravy's on tour. I think that's why I'm doing this. And
Mr. Clean.
Classic.
I remember when he hadn't shown his face yet. That was the reveal of who he was.
Insane face reveal.
Real fan.
Before we get into the second song, who are you?
Baby No Money. I go by Alec, and I love my parents.
What do you do?
Chill at home, play World of Warcraft, and Goon.
Ready for song number 2?
Yep.
acting like he isn't a rapper.
Whip a Tesla by Baby No Money and Young Gravy.
Yes.
It's a good song. Elon Musk.
Before we get into this final song, what's your favorite Young Gravy song?
Bought the plug of present. In that song, he put the auto-tune in the wrong key, and then he's like singing on like the worst microphone ever, so it just sounds so fried.
Yeah, he's right though.
$100 on the line. Final song. If Young Gravy's watching, what do you say to him?
Kiss me, bro.
With that being said, final
True.
song. This is a hard one.
Dancing in the Rain.
Say your final answer.
Yeah.
True fan.
It's a banger song.
Good song. Young Gravy.
It cracks me up because that's why it was like this is set up, but it's so funny. I love this. I'm here for it because like it just kind of like one of the things I love about like Baby No Money specifically is that he will meme on like almost everything that he does. Everything that he does to some degree has a little bit of a meme to it. His music videos, like even the lyrics in his music have a bit of meminess to it, and so like this very much is on par to both Baby No Money and Young Gravy, to be honest.
Rooster's sitting on top of the roost.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Being
the roost
Ian
goes
Jordan,
like
I
this.
love
Which
these
side
clips.
Does the egg roll down?
I feel like this is an answer that's like not left or right.
It's not a riddle. He doesn't have an ending.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a riddle.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me think.
I don't know. I can't even come up with a funny guess. It's making me sad.
Is there a right answer?
Yeah.
Is it a joke or a riddle?
It's a
It's
riddle.
a joke.
Roosters don't lay eggs.
Yeah.
Let's
God.
Oh, okay.
ride, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have thought about
God,
that
my
for
brain is so big. They say that if you have to take naps, you're smart. And I take a lot.
I take naps too.
No, that's because you're stupid.
That was a warning shot.
Did it come out?
That was a warning shot.
Did it come out?
It did not.
I'm
That was
serious.
a warning. What are you going to do about it?
I'll go
Where?
over there. You hate that.
See ya.
Was it a blank?
No,
You hit the
I did
50,
not
but
pull
you
the
didn't
trigger.
Showed you the gun.
Yeah.
Showed you the
Hey,
gun.
I'm fucking locked and loaded. I'm packed. I'm packing.
I'm packed and I'm holding.
I'm feeling. I'm digging. Adopt a knee. Dinking, ging, and an oasis.
That's right. That's 100%
Well,
right.
motivated.
Oh, here's a quiz for you.
I love those too. Oh my god, I love them. They're
I had a crush
Okay.
on Ariel, Jasmine, and Bambi.
Bambi
My
was a
neighbor
boy. Did you know
Steve.
that?
That kind of explains a lot.
Bambi's
Yeah.
a boy?
Yeah.
Bambi's a deer.
That's what
first
I
of all.
thought.
Talking about man.
I had a crush on Ariel.
That's so funny. Like, don't definitely had to remind him that was. Wait, did you post a link? Is that why? I don't know why that's blank. Oh, it's laughing emojis. Okay, it just took a second to load. I don't do YouTube shit very often. So it's new to me. I was like, what happened? Yeah, you can't post. Apparently, you can't post links in YouTube chat, which is fine. I don't fucking care. Oh, god damn it, dude. What time are you off work, Nikki? No way, no, I'm live so we can smoke more. Is my phone fully charged already? What the fuck? Yo! Oh, it's been 3 hours. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Okay. $5:30. Okay. That's fine. I think I can work with that. I'll take like an hour break from stream and fire up Twitch. So we can play games and do some fun shit on the games. You got this. You can do it, Nikki. I believe in you. If it helps, I'll be. You can. The nice thing is through YouTube streams, you can actually like. It's easier to watch the VOD. So if you actually want to watch some of the court stuff, you can. It's so much easier, in my opinion. But I may keep saying that. I'm a true believer. You know? Okay, you need to take more of my shield, please. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I need you to, like, chunk my shield as fast as possible, please. Like, just like, right after I get a good chunk, just, like, take down a little bit, like half, and then let me have the other half. Then I can, like, reset the scale. Honestly, how my brain is today, I don't know if I... Well, yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna be straight up honest and play out scenarios autistically, Yeah, it's like you either make it through work, and then go smoke it off when you get home, or you walk out and then you find a different job. But I do believe. I mean, like I believe. But I also understand. I don't blame you. The other way too. If I'm gonna be real, I don't blame you. Your heels increase for the rest of the day. Like I have been in that situation far too many times. I know. That's why like I just was doing a thought experiment for both of us of like what the options are. So that we can just remind ourselves is like, nope, unfortunately we have to be strong. We have to be like responsible and strong adults. We have to be resilient. We can do this. If it makes you feel any better, like I have been having at least one bad week a month lately since like so far this year, but not like, just like work wise, you know, like where it's just like 1 week, it's just fucking rough. Like this last week was so fucking just exhausting for work for me mentally. Excuse me. It's crazy that it's gonna let me flashbang people. I can't. Power Drill's just not gonna work right now. Found better core system. I think we got a scaling core system. That's the hope. Is early, it starts slow. But that's because we have no initial shield. But once we get our shield up, the scaling, it does better. We're fucked. We're fucked. Fucking blow dart, dude. That's nuts. See, it could be worse. You get blow darted down like me on that one. I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm trying here. Okay, scaling burn. Okay, that's worth a shot. I need to reduce the cooldown of Brick Buddy. No, not next fight. Unfortunately, stuck with that crit core. Which would probably benefit us, but I don't care. Okay, now which one has... Okay, they're both like doing the same. Okay. Let's do this because this scale's better. 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 I think it would be Blood Reef Captain would be our best bet. Because we're going to be losing shield. Okay, so here's the... Oh, we're good. That's a crazy thing to offer me, because I'm gonna take it. That's crazy. Okay, okay, let's take it and see what else we can find. Holy shit. Okay. Huh. Okay. Interesting. To the point in that card sucks. Oh. Oh my God. I think we take it and we hold on to it for a second. Yeah. Since we got Crow's Nest somehow, we just have to stick to the no, or the one weapon train for a second, I guess. Okay. At least we have some kind of extra healing now. Yeah, theirs is faster. Come on, shield up, please. Nah, this doesn't help us. Oh. Wait. Okay, okay, wait. I lied. Never mind, we're good. We won. We teeter it back. That's crazy. Brick Buddy literally teetered us back. That's insane. How much did that shield for? 12k. Okay. Angry Balloon Bot. Brick Buddy combo. That's fun. It just got stronger. Easter items when you... Wow, it's like, man, I really need like Chem Snail. Yeah, cool. All right. Sure. Yeah. I guess we'll take Unload, I reckon. You know what, though? I will say, Nikki, it might not be a bad thing that you ended up getting your laptop out to do your taxes, because... the easier way to scope for jobs. Okay, we're doing pretty good burn wise. Which is nice. So, it's not great, but I think it's worth the XP. Then we get more money here. King Desire. Or King Despot. Ah. Also, it's a shame you can't, you can't go home and for your lunch break. Go home, sneak a little dab. Jesus, that burns insane. Okay, well, I don't think we make it through this one, Chief. That's insane shielded core. Holy fuck. Let's try a pig play. Big game. Because we got like time to burn. Okay, let's see here. Damn it. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Spicy Korean fried chicken and Alfredo sauce and noodles. That's... Okay. I gotta go pee real quick. Nope, someone always has to be here to answer. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's what I was saying. Is like it sucks that I remember being like front desk for somebody for a while. It was after high school, but I did it for a very short time. And like, yeah, you couldn't like leave for lunch. Someone has to be there to answer the phones, and those people that weren't there like ever. They was always out doing stuff. So that sucks. Yeah, if you tried to sneak home on your lunch break, yeah, that's like asking to lose your job, unfortunately. That's the fucking downside with those. Oh, that sucks. I'm not feeling this song. Trying to debate if I want to do one for you then. In spirit, or I'll just wait. I'm in no rush. It's nice thing with dabs. I don't have to like. I'm about to smoke a lot. At least, you know. I shouldn't, but you know, once the meds wear off. Where'd it go? Did they just send me another one? I love how my ISP was like, hey, outage in your area, it can't affect you. And I was like, oh, there's an outage? Okay. couldn't be me having any fucking idea. You want to make a meatball sub for Bump and I in between streams? Believe this. But hey, you know what though? Honestly, leftover spaghetti kind of sometimes can, in my opinion, can outweigh. Make it a little bit better on not being able to leave. Stupid therapist going home. You should just stay at your job. Like everybody else. Like, come on, just make your own lunch and bring it with you. What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with that? Huh? How come you get to leave every day, but I'm stuck here, huh? Bullshit. I'm gonna say this is Twitch chat. You could riot in chat, but okay, so let's do this. We can buy all of those. Okay. We can buy this. Oh, I'm dumb. No. Oh no. Wouldn't even be 15 minutes so you come back. There's a note saying, yeah, that's crazy. It's like, dude, you couldn't wait like 15 minutes? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. I don't blame you then. Okay. That's fucking annoying now. I'd be I'd be fucking livid. You're more tolerable than me, Nikki. Let me tell you. I couldn't do it. God. That's just such a fucking insane thought. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. Ooh, that actually makes me kind of fucking livid. Yeah, like a grown-ass adult can't wait 15 minutes. When they say they would, you know? Like, what the fuck, dude? That's what you... I guess. God. Man, sometimes just food or good food, even a little bit, will just boost the mood. Which is, I love that. I also put The Office on so I don't have to listen to the stupid. Oh, yes. Dude, oh, yes. So much better. The Office is definitely. News and sports? But yeah, since you're on like your lunch and stuff, and you don't have to, you just have to answer phones if people call. The hell yeah! Hello Kitty Island for the win. Dude, that's the clutch right there, the savior. Straight up. Damn. Okay. Yeah. And then we go this. So this, and this. And that. Any other small... Not that we can afford. Oh God. Is it something that like at least the therapists want news and sports on all the time? Or is that like just kind of the default because it's like the most neutral thing? Well, to most people, I guess. All right. Okay, whatever. I'd like to buy a Matchbox, but tis cannot afford. Tis too broke. Oops. What am I doing this for? I need to put my ball a little bit later. Okay. I am going to take a dab for you, Nikki. In solidarity. I'll try not to cough too much. These are. You should be charged now. I wonder if they're gonna hold up the new earbuds. If they're gonna hold up in the process of things. Give me JJ. Sure. Actually, I'm kind of here for that. Okay. Yeah, we do sell that. So we get ATM in. Oh, we level up before next fight. Okay, yeah. Back in for bump. Yes, B1 and B2, please. Thank you. See if this works. There we go. Let me make sure it's on there. Okay, headphones. I got you. I'm just trying to get all this way. That was weird. I don't know what's up with it. The headset, but that's okay. Wanks. Still heated. Good. Oh shit. Okay. At the very least, we have a piggy bank. Some degree. There's the weapons. Cheers. What's for you, Dickie? Also, I might have found a new piece to save up for. The same people that make my oil can. I think I'll wait though, because I want to get the flower thing for my e-rig email. Stop using lighters so much. I'm starting to build a callus on the corner of my thumb, and it's driving me nuts. I hate when this happens. Just from the lighters. Give me weapons, please. Alright, we'll upgrade temporary shelter because it gives us more 10 shield then. For everything, every small item we sell. It's kind of a decent song, actually. If we can get crow's nest, maybe, or even like powder flask would be kind of cool. Then we can use bottled lightning. Be kind of neat. That'd be cool with that. They're coming back to town? Let's go. Oh, that's so worth going again. Honestly. I'm kind of fucking jealous. I don't know if there's any other good shows coming up. Freddy Dread's coming to town at the end of the month, but I won't have money for it. I'm big sad. I didn't plan ahead on that. She said she was going to... Didn't Adria do the world's smallest violin and Bang? Yeah, I know they did Bang. World's smallest violin. They said she's going to get tickets for Cam and I, and they go on sale tomorrow. And if she doesn't buy them then I would just get them. Yeah, no, honestly, yeah, that's what you do is you just wait to see if she grabs them for you guys, and like be like, okay, well if not, I'm gonna buy this day. By like within like a day, 2 days, I'm gonna buy them. For Cam and I, myself, I like, you know, like that's fine to just follow through with it, please. Because yeah, you don't want to miss that. That's definitely not something you want to miss. But yeah, Bean, you were spot on. Right, that was like, I think you said might have been one of your best concerts you go to. I love them so much, but I haven't been able to afford going to the concert myself. It's an outside venue. Ooh, that's even better. Now that makes this next going to see a viewing experience like even better because it's going to be different than the last time because it's outdoor. Fuck yeah, that's cool. Oh man, Never Shout Never. But like again, that was 7 years ago, so that was like way post when I used to listen to Never Shot Never. You want to talk about Never Shot Never? Dude, we're going old school. 2009. Then 10. Here we go. I think I've done this like 3 times now whenever you brought up Never Shot Never.
Ask for a dance, cause you're the cutest thing on this side of the world we call our homes. Yet I feel so all alone half of the time. We gotta live with what we got, and I got nothing, so I pray you take my hand so we can conjure up a something right. And you could move on with your whole life, just like you do, just like you should be to do too. But you could make everything alright. We know what you do, because ever since the first time all I thought about was loving on you. So I moved to the dance floor with instincts and nothing more. I had ants in my pants, I did the boogie dance, and there was nothing.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that one too. Alaska was last year. She wanted to go see Porno with Pyros. I go because she wasn't doing well, but paid for the tickets and asked me to go. I didn't like them, not much. Yeah, no, concerts are always a fun experience. I went to Maha. What was it, like 2 summers ago? 2 summers ago? Big City Dreams. Oh, that has my heart. Oh. I got you. Give me a second. Do I have to like... Oh, it's in the EPs, maybe? Was it? Oh, yeah. That's right. Back in 08, 09, he was just doing EPs. That's right. Got you. Yes. The era. I'm glad. I wondered if anybody got the homage of like me taking my titles and just cramming them into one word. This is why. Not joking.
But in time I'm gonna put this body to shame. Grow old, wear a suit like my old man. Pack up all my things and get my ass out of town.
Oh, this era.
Whether you like this town or not. Oh, it's small, but with the big head, it's bound to get
I'll play on the bright side after this.
But the summer is a bummer if you can't leave. This pathetic excuse for a town that holds all your memories. A lifetime of crushes and your broken dreams. To be anywhere but here. But baby, anywhere is away from me. If you got it all figured out, then what is there to shout about?
Man, MySpace era, chasing your dreams kind of shit.
Just go ahead and work it out.
What was the other album?
Scream and shout and tell everybody that you're gonna leave.
Album, okay.
About 1 year,
You're talking
you'll have it
about-
all figured out. These big city dreams are what you're about. Walking like strangers among these states. Only time will tell how long
Which
I can
remake?
wait. We got it good, whether you like this town or not.
Oh, recycled used.
With the big head, it's bound to get high in the summer, but the
Got you. Oh, I see.
can't leave. This pathetic
It was too much for these.
broken dreams. days away from me. If you got it all figured out, then what is there to shout about? This Midwest town is gonna miss you. Just go ahead and work it out. But first, come on and let it out.
Scream and shout and tell everybody that you're gonna leave.
Oh, so casually. Would you take the hit for me or the whole team? And woohoo, if you got it all figured out, then
What is there to shout about? This Midwest town is gonna miss you. Such a good song. Such a good version too.
A man of 2 feet tall.
I have to listen to it this version because this is my favorite version of it.
Vicious to us all.
This is the nostalgic version. So
As he replied, he said, listen to these words that I have lived by my whole life. You're only as tall as your heart will let you be, and you're only as small as the world will make you seem. And when the going gets rough and you feel like you may fall, just look on the bright side. You're roughly 6 feet tall. I met a man of 12 feet tall. He towered like a giant in a world that was defiant of his height. I said hi. As he replied, he said, listen to these words that I have dreaded my whole life. You're only as tall as your heart will let you be, and you're only as small as the world will make you seem. And when the going gets rough and you feel like you may fall, just look on the bright side. You're roughly 6 feet tall.
this really is. This is the OG version.
Just looking for some answers in a world that answers none of them at all. I'll say hi, but not reply to the letters.
There's something very nostalgic and like pure about these versions. You're right though, Nikki. Relatable as fuck.
And I feel like I may fall. Well, look on the bright side. I'm roughly 6 feet tall.
Oh, I fucked up.
I'm in trouble. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to this girl. She's got my heart tied in a knot and my stomach in a whirl. But even worse, I can't stop calling her. She's all I want and more. I mean, damn, what's not to adore? I've been playing too much guitar. I've been listening to jazz.
I love this song.
I swear.
This is my guilty pleasure song, if anything, ever.
Will be the death of us, I swear. I swear. And oh, 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 ooh. I'm running my mouth just like I got her, but I
surely don't.
Because she's so uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Rock, yeah, rolling out of my league. Is she out of my
Yeah, that's...
league? Let's hope not.
God, this song. This album.
I'm in trouble, I'm so cliche. See, that word just wears me out. Makes me feel like just another boy to laugh and joke about. But even worse, I can't stop calling her. I love to hear that voice.
There's a whole bunch of grind lore revolving around this.
I've been playing too much
This album and what the other album that had
I call so many times, I swear.
Big City Dreams in that, the original one. And on the bright side, all that era, that early Never Shout Never era. So much grind lore. Oh God.
love just like I got her, but I surely don't, because she's so rock and rolling out of my league. Is she out of my league? Let's hope not. And I know that I've been dancing around the truth.
I haven't heard this song in a while either.
What the hell I'm supposed to do, and I'm a little bit agitated with a slight scent of denial. I'm calling all the time and don't interrupt, but it hurts when all I hear is you hanging up.
This is such a good song too. This whole thing. With the like drum machine percussion in the background. Man. A little synth in there. It's okay, I won't because I'm on live on YouTube, but I can later, by all means.
And I'm feeling alright tonight with a better judgment.
It's all good. I can tonight, if anything. By all means, when we play games together, I can literally open that with you in the call. It's all good. If you want.
Everybody's going to the party and we're having a good time, and I'm feeling alright tonight with a better judgment, a better judgment. I'm calling all the time and don't interrupt, but it hurts when all I hear is you hanging up.
I'm not sure. That's the thing. I don't know with YouTube. I have no idea.
I got the concept.
I do know with like Twitch and stuff.
Top floor was just an illusion to the fact that I got this break in my back.
I mean, I wouldn't be live if this trial wasn't going on. So. That's all. I'm not entirely sure. Like you can't, like the fact that I'm glad that you sent it to me because you wouldn't have been able to post it in chat and shit. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. But oh, actually, that's fine. Stop. Wait, let's do. No, we're just gonna do this for now. Yeah, I'm not really too sure, so. I gotta do a little bit more looking into like. So I'm not monetized or anything, so it doesn't matter that much, but. Cause like once this trial is done for the day. I'm gonna end stream here. Go chill for just a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back and I'll go live on Twitch to play games and stuff later. Do you know what time you're wanting to go live? By chance? Gosh.
Although the distance is daring, I sure know what it's like to be alone. 30 days till Christmas and all
Oh, I forgot. I don't want to listen to a Christmas song right now. Okay, that works. That should be timed about right. Okay. I will make sure to watch them today. There will be, and I will give you like my reaction and everything. Let's do this here. We'll buy this, that way we can actually take advantage of that. Okay. So let's see here. I'm gonna sell those for sure so we can. Four. Okay. 5. I just have to move shit around so I can maximize pawn shop so well. You heal. Okay, I guess. Sure. We're at 5. Yeah, because that'll be 6 or 7 my time. Okay. That's fine. I'll in stream. How long have I been live so far? 4 hours? I'm trying to think because there's gonna be at least like 3 more hours of trial and everything, right? But I'd be more than happy to sit and watch this later on too. So I can go work on stuff. Because like the thought is I found my glue sticks, right? So I can start gluing polyfill and stuff together to make cloud clusters for the ceiling. Because I want to get, that's the one project I really, really, really want to get done. On my whole fucking break of work. Okay, so let's do this real quick. Nope. Let's do this. Give me yes. Income based off of properties. Okay. Not combat. Good. Big. Oh. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, because then we can buy this as well. All of those. We got max health. We'll worry about enchantments here soon. We keep on working on buying weapons primarily now. Still scooping them small items for shield, but because we need a Regal Blade to do big swipes. Otherwise, we won't pull through super well, unfortunately. Yeah, it's looking a little rough here. We probably lose this, I think. Yeah. Damn, I even crit too. Okay. Okay, so, alright, so we're still getting 2 gold. And that's giving us 15 times. That's 2 to each. Okay. I still need to sell 10 more, right? Yeah. Okay. If we can find like vending machines so that we get more individual. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I will take it, Gamba. We'll spin. What's this? Oh, diamond tier skill. Okay. First time you fall below health. Interesting. All right. All right. Not terrible. All right. Give me some weapons, please. Thank you. You did exactly that, and I appreciate you for it. Yep. Do this. What we got here? Nothing, huh? We'll take him on. We should be able to handle him. He's mostly burning damage. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay, we're good now. We should be alright. Swipe. Damn. What? Okay. Fuck yeah. Didn't need to, but we did it to him. Perfect. Okay, is there anything I can afford here? Yes. Can I buy this? No. Fuck. Sorry, we got one more hour for a fight? Yeah. Oh. We'll do blade this time then. Slow. Ugh. You. This is insane bolas. Come on. Come on. Crit for me, please. Damn it. Okay, Storm wins it for us. Go. Good. Good. How much longer do we got? Okay, we got like maybe 10 minutes, if that. We're gonna pop this back out because they'll be coming back here in no time. All right, and then we go gumballs for sure. Okay. We'll take on Blood Reef Captain, mostly because I want Crow's Nest. Hell yeah. Okay. I actually think that we do this. We just keep increasing value on shit. Three small items. Let me do this. Okay. See, told you. We'll buy them to sell. Jesus Christ. Our fucking ears. Holy shit. 5. Alright. Now we get back into Liz locked in mode. That's cute. There's a lot of damage coming at once there. That's so funny. There's a whole blob of damage. It's crazy how much value we have too, because we sell. We get 2 gold for every. Okay, so we go bam. There we go. Okay.
On the record, time is 5 minutes after 1 o'clock. Today's date continues to be Thursday, March 20th. Parties are present along with counsel. Ms. Sorgan, is there anything before I bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to advise the court of our ETA on witnesses. We have 3 witnesses available for this afternoon. We have other witnesses that are coming into Grand Forks tonight. As the court's aware, all of our witnesses have had to travel. That will make us have 4 more witnesses available for tomorrow. And then we have 4 more witnesses who are flying in over the course of the weekend, so they will not be available till Monday.
So we have 7 witnesses between now and the end of the day tomorrow is what you're saying. Available.
Correct, Your Honor. And only 3 of whom will be available for this afternoon.
The other 4 are all tomorrow.
Yes, they'll be
Okay,
tomorrow.
so
They're not going to be getting in until after 4
short
o'clock today.
afternoon.
Mr. Sand, any thoughts?
Yeah, I actually was going to bring something very similar up, Your Honor, because I know we're moving through. And, you know, we had worked on scheduling before, but that didn't happen. Our witnesses are planning on next week, just on what we know about the state and with the availability of this weekend for Miss Asham that the court had ordered.
Okay, so wasn't solved on the day, so we're going to do it this weekend.
I'm confused, Your Honor. She was deposed yesterday morning.
She was, and we're still waiting on the transcript to go through and see if there's anything more that needs to be done, Your Honor.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we have our witnesses next week and not
Yes.
end of day tomorrow.
Yes. My understanding is it will be next week.
Okay.
The state will not be done no sooner than the Monday. That's
Okay.
my understanding. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, but no sooner than Monday.
I had one other small piece. I'm wondering if that board could be put anywhere else because it obscures our view of the jury.
Sure. Absolutely. We can put it over in that corner over there. You can.
Thank you very much.
That would be fine.
That's all I got.
Well, since
Okay,
we're
reasonable.
taking the time, do need to address oral arguments on your Rule 52 motion. So, and I'd like to do that sooner than later. So the suggestion would be, I'll just wait for this. Thank you. The suggestion, thank you, Mr. Nelson, I apologize. The suggestion would be, my thoughts would be that if the 3 witnesses today go a little early, like again,
we need-
by 3:30, 3:45, something like that, we could argue the motion today. I don't expect the motion argument is going to take long, but you've asked for it, so I'm required to give it to you. Okay? All right, that's what we'll try to do. It just depends on how the witnesses go today.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shit.
All right, then. I'm going to call in the jury, please.
We just gotta do that. Much as we.
Thank you for the cameras.
Also, this pig run's kind of insane right now. Just, I think I don't win this though. Maybe. Actually, I might.
Thank you very much. Please have
Yeah, I win.
Jury is now present. Again, the time is 9 minutes after 1 o'clock. Mr. Nelson, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Stay away. Stay away from roll call, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sand?
We waive as well, Your Honor.
All right, then.
Okay.
Mr. Sorgan,
Good.
Ms. Sorgan, do you wish to call your next witness?
State calls McKaylee Talbot.
960. Pick our free ones then.
Tablets will have you come up here.
We will take XP this time.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat over here, please. Ms. Talbot, are you an officer still?
With the St. Paul Police Department, yes.
Okay. Again, once you're situated, make sure the mic is at your chin, and then make sure the light's on saying it's available. Okay? Go ahead, Ms.
Interesting. She went to St.
Please
Paul.
state your name and
She went to
spell your
Minnesota instead of saying North Dakota. Okay.
MIKALITALBOTT.
Where are you currently employed?
The St. Paul Police Department.
In what capacity?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been with St. Paul PD?
Hired in May of 24.
Prior to that, where were you employed?
The Minot Police Department.
In what capacity?
I was a master officer when I left.
When were you employed by the
Okay.
Minot?
From 2015 to 2022.
And how did you start off in the Minot PD?
I started off on patrol.
Okay. And at the time that you left as a master officer, what was your assignment?
When I had left, I was assigned to the investigations division.
Okay. And how long had you been in investigations?
Not quite 5 years.
What were some of your duties in the investigation
Perfect.
department?
I was assigned to many different roles. The main one was to investigate criminal cases.
And you're a licensed, you were a licensed peace officer in the state of North Dakota, is that correct?
I was, yes.
Are you still a licensed peace officer in North Dakota?
I am not.
Okay. Since you've moved to Minnesota, that's changed.
Correct.
Okay. And could you please tell us about your training and experience?
For which department?
Minot.
I had over 1,100 hours of
We're going to keep that
training through the state of
because it gives our weapons damage.
at the time of my departure.
So it's a property.
What is post-certified training?
It is approved training through the Post Board for peace officer standards.
And what kind of training specifically would you engage in?
Anything from like DUI stuff to interviews to crime scene to standard firearms training.
Okay. And during your time while you were in the Minot
There we
Police
go.
Department, did you receive any kind of special assignments with regards to investigations?
I did. In 2019, I was asked, along with another investigator, to review
We get another enchantment, please.
And who was the other investigator?
Carmen Asham.
Okay. Case Agent Asham today.
Yes.
Okay. When did the two of you receive that assignment?
In, I think, September of
Is
2019.
it 3 value? Yeah.
What did you do to commence your
7,600.
review of this case?
Initially, we were tasked with just reviewing
This is
tips
gross.
that came in, along with gathering any evidence that was still at the state lab and itemizing it to see if everything was accounted for and making sure it was correctly logged.
Okay, so we need 3 more.
Did the nature of your assignment change after a period of time?
It did.
And how?
We were tasked with reviewing the entire case file, from any tips that were previously submitted to current ones that were coming in, along with all of the previous investigators'
Yeah, we need to do that. So
filed.
And how much did you end up having to review?
Thousands of pages.
Was there also audio or
we're just gonna
video
buy this.
information that you had to review?
There was
Play it
photos,
safe.
there was video, there was audio.
And approximately how many hours of audio and video did you have to review?
Couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you.
And you and Sergeant Asham reviewed all of those.
Should be good here. It's a matter of
Then what happened?
lion's cane and knife going off.
From there, we were assigned
New master
to
salesman, please.
review it, and the department decided to bring in Cold Justice, who then assisted us with reviewing it as well on their end, and from there, an arrest was made.
Okay. Can you tell us about the Cold Justice portion of the investigation and how they worked
Yes,
with you? And
this is the good shit right here.
It was.
This is what we wanted.
Came to Minot and reviewed the case. They assisted us with locating individuals and re-interviewing them, along with sending items out for testing to facilities that they had.
Okay. And the
Yes.
re-interviewing, who was re-interviewed that you recall?
Several people were re-interviewed.
Okay. Anybody in particular that you remember?
Perfect. Get an upgrade in.
A lot of people, I guess.
Or a value boost.
That's all right. During the
Team.
time that you were working with Sergeant Asham and with Cold Justice with regards to this investigation, were persons of interest identified?
Yes.
And who was identified?
The defendant.
Okay. Were there any other persons of interest?
I believe Marty was one of them.
Marty Annell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else?
And I believe Devin Hall was one of them.
Yep. Okay. They spent so much time looking looking for him.
Marty Annell and Devin Hall. How did you go about in investigating and narrowing down the list of suspects?
Based on their statements alone, as well as evidence that didn't support either Marty or Devin being the person of interest at that point, and inconsistencies in the defendant's statement.
Okay. And then eventually an arrest was made, is that correct?
Correct.
And who was arrested?
Nicole Rice.
I have no more questions for Detective
Oh,
Mr. Sand.
Yes, sir.
we're down. It's down for an hour now. Fuck my life, man. We might have to. We might. Time is it?
I'm all right. How are you?
St. Paul PD now?
I am.
Nice.
Servers are done.
November of 22.
Can you tell me why you left?
Just personal reasons.
I won't go any deeper. So you did a full review of the case file in this case?
I did.
I guess we'll see after this testimony.
Long time.
It's a big file. We had to review it too. Do you recall putting a report together?
I did, yes.
Do you recall on March 9th of 2022, you spoke with a man named Vern Olson?
I did, yes.
Is it true that Vern was a friend of Marty and Al?
He was, yes.
Vern told you that he received...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Damn. They're on it. I think it's just this guy. He's one of the contributing problems.
That Marty committed suicide on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
And you learned from your conversation with Vern that there was something happened to Marty?
As far as
You learned that
Yeah.
Marty portrayed to Vern.
We're gonna finish this. I'm gonna go chill out for like an hour or so, or two, and then I'll start doing the pack. Oh wait, Bean, are you packing currently? 'Cause if you're currently packing, then I'll just fire up a different game. I did say I would buy. The whole point of me being, or part of the reason of me being live this afternoon is buy double.
That something had happened to him. I can show you the report.
Sure.
That would help. Thanks. Just make sure I can show you the right paragraphs. If you could just look at 51 and 52 of them. Continue asking questions.
That's right. Playhouse flipper.
Get a chance to look at those two
I
paragraphs.
did.
You learned through that conversation that Marty was a heavy drinker.
Yes.
And that after Anita's homicide, Marty was never the same.
That's what Vern indicated, yes.
And Vern indicated something had happened to Marty.
That's all I said was something happened.
And Vern spoke with Marty the night he committed suicide, correct?
For like 6 hours, I believe is what he said.
You learned that Marty had several firearms and knives.
Yes.
Did you learn they had a decorative folding hunting knife?
That's what Vern had stated.
Yeah. I'll be back live here once the Bazaar servers go live. Just be easier. We can hack through it and everything. Watch the videos. I'll be live on Twitch then too. Here in like an hour and a half. Like 4 o'clock Eastern. So. Alright, but yes, love your faces. I will see you guys in about an hour and a half.